Welcome. Close your eyes or simply let your gaze soften, because we are about to journey into the fiercest intellectual wrestling match that gave birth to all Western thought. Before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Let me know your city and local time in the comments so we can see where everyone is listening from. This conflict did not take place in a dusty sand arena, but in the quiet, shaded garden of the Academy, revolving around a single, profound question. Does absolute truth lie in the heavens, in an eternal, untouchable realm, or right here on the ground, in the objects we can touch, smell, and dissect? To understand this inevitable clash, we must first understand the devastating trauma that forced one man to look only up. We begin with the foundation, the upward glance of Plato, and the fortress of reason. Plato was not inherently a philosopher. He was an athlete and an aristocrat. When young, he was known for his broad shoulders, earning him the nickname Platon, meaning broad, from his wrestling coach. He was destined for a life in Athenian politics, but fate intervened violently. In 399 BC, Plato witnessed the ultimate injustice. Socrates, the man acknowledged as the wisest in the world, was executed by Athens, the city hailed as the cradle of democracy. His crime was simply asking questions and challenging authority. This moment shattered his entire perception of reality. The democracy Plato hoped to serve had just killed the very soul of reason. Athens itself was a wounded beast, paranoid after the catastrophic Peloponnesian War, dealing with famine, political collapse, and a devastating plague that killed perhaps a third of the population. Plato saw that the physical world was too fragile. He saw the strongest bodies wither from disease and the greatest city descend into lawless panic. This trauma drove him to dedicate his life to building a fortress of reason, a psychological refuge. He constructed the world of forms, an eternal, unchangeable realm where a circle is always round and justice never dies. He found certainty in geometry, where no amount of persuasion could change the sum of a triangle's angles. Plato, therefore, became the man of the upward glance. He pointed toward the sky, toward the invisible, perfect blueprint of reality, the forms. His famous allegory of the cave warned that all the things we obsess over, fame, wealth, political power, are just fleeting shadows cast on the wall by the fire of opinion, manipulated by puppeteers like politicians and sophists. Then came the arrival of the challenger, Aristotle, the mind of the school. In 367 BC, when Plato was over 60, a 17-year-old boy named Aristotle walked through the gates of the Academy. Aristotle was a colonial aristocrat, the son of a court physician, and he brought with him the sharp clinical gaze of a doctor. He did not come to learn how to die, but how the world worked. He was reportedly something of a dandy, wearing rings and keeping his hair stylishly short, a stark contrast to the ascetic philosophers. He also spoke with a slight lisp. Plato, recognizing the unique genius, affectionately gave him a powerful nickname, the Reader. This was crucial. In a time when knowledge was mostly oral, Aristotle was obsessed with scrolls, believing knowledge could be catalogued, stored, and analyzed. He was the first great bookworm. The wrestling match moved from heaven to earth. This dynamic is the heart of Western thought. It is immortalized in art. Plato points up, but Aristotle spreads his hand flat toward the earth. Regarding the direction of inquiry, Plato, the idealist, sought the perfect, eternal idea of the horse in heaven, while Aristotle, the realist, was the man of the downward gaze. He did not care about the form of the bee. He wanted to know how this bee flies. He wanted to dissect it and categorize it. Regarding method and logic, Plato used myths like the cave and Atlantis and dramatic dialogues, while Aristotle, rejecting Plato's reliance on myth, invented the syllogism, the clean, dry, logical equation that would rule science for 2 millennia. All men are mortal. Socrates is a man. Therefore, Socrates is mortal. It lacked Plato's poetry, but had the sturdy reliability of a brick wall. Plato, the aging idealist, looked at chaos and sought order outside of it. Aristotle, the young scientist, dived into the chaos of animals, plants, and governments and tried to find the order within it. Their conflict, however, was framed by deep mutual respect. Plato understood that philosophy was a living fire, and Aristotle was burning with new fuel. Plato famously joked that Aristotle was like a fool that kicks its mother after nursing, acknowledging that the goal of a great teacher is to be surpassed. Aristotle stayed at the academy for 20 years, until Plato's death. The academy grew large enough to hold both the sky and the earth. Regarding the legacy, the empire of words, upon Plato's death, Aristotle was passed over for leadership. He packed his scrolls and left, soon becoming the tutor to a fierce young prince named Alexander. In 3 generations, Socrates taught Plato, Plato taught Aristotle, Aristotle taught Alexander the Great. A conversation in the marketplace was transformed into an empire that stretched to India. Plato's true victory was that he built an institution that outlasted all wars and empires. While the physical world burned and his rivals' writings rotted, almost every dialogue Plato wrote survived, affirming his theory of forms. The physical decays, but the idea is indestructible. The British philosopher Alfred North Whitehead later stated that the entire European philosophical tradition is merely a series of footnotes to Plato. The wrestler won his match. He pinned reality to the mat, and though he could not make the physical world perfect, he constructed a mental fortress that provided the perfect theoretical framework for all future thought. And so, let us now step away from this high vantage point and descend into the specific smoke and shadow of the moment that started it all. To understand the man who would split the world into flesh and spirit, we must walk the streets of Athens in the spring of 399 BC. The air does not smell of philosophy. It smells of dust, unwashed wool, and the nervous sweat of a city that has lost its way. The sun is setting over the Acropolis, casting long, bruised purple shadows against the white marble of the Parthenon, a temple that stood as a defiant promise of order in a world gone mad. In a small, dimly lit jail cell carved into the rock near the agora, an old man sat rubbing his leg where the heavy iron fetters had just been removed. Socrates, 70 years old, with his pug nose and bulging eyes, looked less like a god and more like a retired satyr. Yet he was the only calm man in the room. Around him, his friends were weeping, their grief echoing off the cold stone walls, a chaotic chorus of despair that the old man found mildly annoying. He had just been handed a cup of crushed hemlock, a poison that kills not with a violent seizure, but with a slow, creeping numbness, ascending from the feet to the heart, a cold tide rising to extinguish the fire. It is here, in the negative space of the room, that we find the most significant absence in history. Plato was not there. In his own dialogue, the Phaedo, which recounts these final hours with heartbreaking precision, he includes a single, quiet line. Plato, I believe, was ill. Historians still argue whether this illness was a physical fever or a diplomatic fiction, a way for the author to step back and let the scene breathe, or perhaps a collapse of the spirit so profound that he physically could not watch the best and wisest and most righteous of men die at the hands of a confused mob. Imagine the 28-year-old Aristocles, Plato, lying in a dark room elsewhere in the city, listening to the distant sounds of Athens. He had been a wrestler, trained to grapple with bodies, to anticipate the shift of weight and the leverage of a limb. But there is no hold, no countermove against the absurdity of a democratic vote. A jury of 501 citizens, likely grumpy from the heat and eager for lunch, had decided by a narrow margin that asking difficult questions was a capital offense. It was a chaotic, emotional decision, swayed by rhetoric and annoyance rather than truth. As the numbness claimed Socrates' heart, and the old philosopher breathed his last, whispering a final strange request to sacrifice a rooster to the god of healing, implying that death was the cure for the sickness of life, Plato's faith in the world broke. The wrestling match with reality had begun, and reality had played dirty. He looked at the political system he was born to lead and saw only a ship of fools drifting without a captain. If the material world could kill Socrates, then the material world was not real. It was a lie, a defect, a decaying copy of something better. The young man with the broad shoulders turned his back on the agora, on the shouting politicians, and on the shifting, unreliable shadows of human opinion. He began to look for a place where the verdict could never be wrong, where the lines were straight, and where the sun never set. He needed to leave Athens. The city was now a haunted house, and every corner whispered of the old man who asked, why? So Plato packed his bags. He would not just travel across the sea. He would travel across the boundaries of thought itself, seeking a truth that no jury could poison. The sea offers the only true silence left to a man fleeing the noise of a broken city. And so we follow the wake of a trading vessel cutting through the wine-dark Aegean, carrying a passenger who is no longer Aristocles the wrestler, but simply Plato, the wanderer. The wooden hull groans rhythmically against the swell, a hypnotic, creaking lullaby that marks the distance growing between him and the shadow of the Parthenon. He is roughly 30 years old, a man adrift, having watched his moral compass consumed by poison. And for the next 12 years, he will vanish into the wider world, a ghost passing through foreign lands in search of something solid. His journey is not merely geographical. It is a desperate hunt for a bedrock that human emotion cannot erode. We first find him in Megara, just down the coast, huddled in the house of Euclid. Not the geometer of later fame, but a philosopher who welcomed the frightened refugees of Socrates' circle. It was a safe house for dangerous thoughts, where young men argued late into the night, their voices low, trying to salvage logic from the wreckage of grief. But Greece was too small, too scarred by familiar arguments, and the horizon pulled him further toward the ancient sun-baked silence of Egypt. Imagine the sensory shock of the Nile Delta after the rocky, scrub-covered hills of Attica. Here, the world was flattened into a ribbon of green life, flanked by the terrifying, eternal cold of the desert. The air smelled of baked mud, lotus flowers, and the dry, dusty scent of papyrus scrolls that had been written before Athens even had a name. In Heliopolis, the city of the sun, Plato encountered a civilization that did not worship the chaotic, bickering Olympian gods who acted like drunk teenagers, but instead revered the Ma'at, cosmic order, balance, and truth. He walked beneath colossal statues of granite, figures that stared forward with rigid, unblinking eyes, their hands resting calmly on their knees, unchanged for 1,000 years. To a man traumatized by the fickleness of Athenian voters, this stillness must have felt like a cool cloth on a fevered forehead. The Egyptian priests, bald and linen-clad, looked at this inquisitive Greek tourist with a mixture of amusement and pity. One priest famously told him, "O Solon, Solon, you Greeks are always children. There is no such thing as an old Greek." He meant that the Greek memory was short, washed away by floods and wars, constantly resetting, while Egypt remembered everything. Historians still argue whether Plato truly studied with these priests for years, learning the secrets of their astronomy and geometry, or if he merely visited as a tourist and later embellished the trip to add mystical weight to his resume, a sort of ancient study abroad padding. Regardless of the duration, the impact was seismic. In the rigid geometry of the pyramids and the predictable flooding of the Nile, Plato saw the possibility of a world governed not by chance, but by mathematical necessity. But the true spark, the lightning bolt that would illuminate his fortress of reason, waited for him not in the sand, but across the sea in Italy, in the vibrant, wealthy Greek colonies of Magna Graecia. We drift west now, the ship's sails snapping in the Ionian breeze, landing in Tarentum, a city where the intellect danced with a strange, mystical rhythm. Here, Plato met Archytas, a brilliant statesman, general, and mathematician, a man who proved that a thinker could actually run a city without ruining it, a concept Plato would obsess over for the rest of his life. Archytas was a Pythagorean, a member of that secretive semi-religious brotherhood founded by the legendary Pythagoras, a cult that revered numbers as gods and with charming eccentricity strictly forbade the eating of beans, believing they might contain the souls of the dead, or perhaps simply because they disturbed the body's tranquility. In the cool stone halls of the Pythagorean meeting places, Plato found the missing piece of his puzzle. The Pythagoreans taught him that the universe was not made of earth, air, fire, and water, but of number. They showed him a monochord, a single string stretched over a wooden box. When the string was plucked, it made a sound. If you clamped the string exactly in the middle, a ratio of 1 to 2, and plucked it again, it produced the same note, but an octave higher. It was perfect, predictable harmony. It did not matter if the string was made of catgut, horsehair, or silk. It did not matter if you were happy or sad. The ratio 1.2 always produced an octave. This was the revelation that saved Plato's sanity. In the physical world, a beautiful vase can break, a just man can be executed, and a brave soldier can flee. But the number 4 never betrays you. It never decides to be 5 just because the crowd shouts at it. Mathematics was immune to politics. It was immune to death. Plato realized that the messy, hurtful world we see with our eyes is just a flawed copy of a perfect mathematical reality that we can only see with our minds. He began to conceive of the forms, capital F realities, that exist in a spiritual heaven. There is the form of the circle, which is mathematically perfect, having no beginning and no end. And then there are the round plates and chariot wheels of this earth, which are merely bumpy, imperfect attempts to be circles. Socrates had sought definitions of ethical terms like justice and virtue, but the Pythagoreans gave Plato the structure to build a metaphysical castle around those definitions. He was no longer just a grieving student. He was becoming an architect of the invisible. As he walked the Italian shores, watching the geometric perfection of the waves rolling in, mathematics in motion, he felt the heavy burden of Socrates' death begin to lift, replaced by a crystalline clarity. He understood now why Athens had failed. It was trying to navigate by looking at the shadows on the ground rather than the stars in the sky. He had to go back. He had to return to the city that killed his teacher, not to burn it down, but to teach it how to look up. He would build a school, a sanctuary where young minds could be trained to see the invisible structure of the universe, to value the eternal 2 plus 2 over the temporary roar of the assembly. The wanderer packed his trunks once more, this time filled not with souvenirs, but with the blueprints for Western civilization. He turned his face toward home, unaware that, while he was falling in love with the perfect abstract heavens, nature was preparing a counterargument. Far to the north, in a rough kingdom called Macedonia, a court physician was mixing herbs and observing the anatomy of wounded soldiers, and soon he would have a son who would love the smell of the earth as much as Plato loved the silence of the numbers. But for now, the sea is calm, the stars are bright and mathematically precise, and the ship turns its prow toward the port of Piraeus. The broad-shouldered philosopher stands at the rail, no longer looking at the water, but through it, seeing the geometry that holds the waves together. The ship docks, the ropes are tied, and the wanderer steps back onto the soil of Attica, but he does not return to the noise of the marketplace. Plato has seen enough of the shouting crowds and the swaying emotions of the assembly. Instead, he walks north, passing through the heavy timber doors of the Dipylon Gate, past the potter's quarter, with its smell of wet clay and wood smoke, and continues about a mile outside the city walls. Here, the roar of Athens fades into the background, replaced by the rhythmic soughing of cicadas and the gentle rustle of leaves. He arrives at a large enclosed park, a sacred grove of olive and plane trees, watered by the lazy currents of the Cephissus River. This land belonged to a local hero of legend named Hecademus, or Academos, who had once saved the city not by fighting, but by revealing a secret to the Spartans. Because of this ancient act of diplomacy, even when the Spartans had ravaged the countryside during the wars of Plato's youth, burning farms and chopping down orchards, they had superstitiously spared these specific trees. It was a place of immunity, a patch of green that war refused to touch. Here in 387 BC, amidst the gnarled roots and the dappled sunlight shifting on the grass, Plato founded a sanctuary for the mind. We know it today simply as the Academy. It is difficult for us, with our modern eyes, to visualize what this first university truly was. Do not imagine a stone building with lecture halls, rows of desks, or a bursar's office collecting tuition. There were no exams, no degrees, and arguably no graduation. It was something far more organic and intimate, closer to a religious guild or a brotherhood of friends dedicated to the muses, the goddesses of inspiration. It was a gymnasium, a place where young men had traditionally come to wrestle and exercise their bodies naked in the sun, coating themselves in olive oil and scraping the dust from their skin with bronze strigils. Plato did not remove the athletes. He simply added a new kind of wrestling to the curriculum, the wrestling of ideas. Imagine the scene, the rhythmic thud of feet on the packed earth as runners practiced in the distance, while nearby, sitting on stone benches or strolling beneath the shade of the plane trees, a group of students gathered around the broad-shouldered master, dissecting the nature of justice as if it were a complex knot that needed untying. The air smelled of sweat, oil, wild thyme, and the dry summer dust. A sensory mix of the physical and the intellectual blending perfectly in the Mediterranean heat. At the entrance to this garden, legend tells us that Plato hung a sign, a warning to any casual passerby who thought philosophy was merely about clever speeches. The inscription read, "Let no one ignorant of geometry enter here." This was the Pythagorean spark ignited in Italy, now burning as the central hearthfire of the academy. It was a gatekeeper mechanism. If you could not appreciate the abstract, immutable truth of a square, which remains a square whether you love it or hate it, you were not ready to discuss goodness or truth. You had to prove you could look away from the visible world before you were allowed to discuss the invisible one. Historians still gently argue about whether this sign physically existed or if it was a later metaphor, but the spirit of it was undeniable. The academy was not a place to learn a trade. You did not come here to learn how to be a blacksmith, a merchant, or even a successful politician in the usual sense. You came here to learn how to detach your soul from the sticky, confusing mess of the senses. Life within the grove was structured, yet surprisingly communal. It is said that Plato, despite his aristocratic background, lived simply, creating a bubble of moderation. The students and the master ate together, sharing meals that were notoriously frugal: olives, figs, barley bread, and watered-down wine. There is a soft humor in the accounts of outside visitors who were invited to dinner at the academy. They would often complain afterward that they went home hungry, expecting a feast, and getting a lecture on temperance instead. One general, after dining with Plato, quipped that those who eat with Plato feel better the next morning, a polite way of saying the food was so light it gave no one indigestion, or perhaps that the conversation was more nourishing than the soup. But this simplicity was calculated. Heavy meals made the mind sluggish, and the goal here was agility. They slept in small huts or simply wrapped in cloaks during the warm summer nights, living like soldiers on a campaign. But their enemy was ignorance. The teaching method was not a monologue. Plato did not stand at a podium and dictate facts to silent scribes. He walked, he questioned, he employed the dialectic, a conversational surgery where an idea was proposed, challenged, refined, and challenged again, until only the truth remained. It was a gentle, relentless stripping away of error. A student might say, "Courage is standing your ground in battle." Plato would ask, "But what if a general retreats to set a trap? Is he not courageous?" The student would frown, think, and the definition would shift, expand, and deepen. This walking and talking gave the school a kinetic energy. Philosophy was an activity, a verb, something you did, not something you memorized. The academy became a greenhouse for souls, a protected environment where the fragile saplings of reason could grow tall before being transplanted back into the harsh winds of the real world. We must also pause to appreciate the inclusivity that was whispered about in this grove. While Athens was a deeply patriarchal society where women were generally sequestered in the home, unable to vote or participate in public life, there are persistent, quiet rumors in the historical record of two women, Axiotheia and Lastheneia, who attended the academy. The stories say they dressed as men to bypass the social scandal, slipping into the robes of students to drink from the same fountain of wisdom. Whether Plato knew and turned a blind eye, or whether their intellect was simply welcomed regardless of their gender, remains a mystery of the olive grove. But it fits the Platonic ideal. If the soul is what matters, and the body is just a temporary shell, then the gender of the shell is irrelevant to the capacity for truth. As the years passed, the Academy solidified into something unprecedented in human history, a corporate body of intellectuals. It acquired land, it received donations, and it elected leaders. It was an island of stability. Outside the walls, Athens was changing. Generals rose and fell, alliances shifted, and wars rumbled on the horizon like distant thunder. But inside the grove, the focus remained fixed on the eternal. The triangle remained 180 degrees. The good remained the ultimate goal. Plato, now settling into his 40s and 50s, watched his students with a mixture of pride and anxiety. He knew that the quiet of the garden was a luxury, a preparation for the blinding light of reality. He was preparing to share with them his most famous image, a story that would explain why they were hiding in a garden in the first place, and why the rest of the world seemed so angry at those who tried to tell the truth. He would tell them about a cave, a fire, and the prisoners who fell in love with their chains. Imagine the sun beginning to dip below the horizon of the academy, the golden light filtering through the olive leaves, turning from bright yellow to a melancholy amber, signaling the transition from the day's work to the evening's reflection. Plato gathers his students around him, perhaps sitting on the cooling earth near the riverbank, and he begins to weave a story that is not about a specific hero or a war, but about the terrifying, comfortable prison of the human mind. He asks them, and he asks us, to conduct a thought experiment, a visualization so powerful that it has haunted Western consciousness for 24 centuries. Picture men dwelling in a sort of subterranean cavern. He begins, his voice dropping to a hush that matches the twilight. He describes a cave deep underground, a place of perpetual gloom where the air is heavy, damp, and smells of cold stone and trapped time. In this cave, there are prisoners who have been there since childhood. But these are not prisoners of war. They are us. They are chained by their legs and their necks in such a particular cruel way that they cannot turn their heads. They can only stare straight ahead at the blank rock wall of the cave. They have never seen the sunlight, they have never seen themselves, and they have never seen each other. They are locked in a solitary confinement of shared ignorance. Far behind them, high up and out of sight, a fire is burning, a man-made sun, flickering and unstable. Between the fire and the prisoners runs a raised walkway like a stage, and along this walkway, unseen people carry objects. Stone statues of men, wooden figures of animals, and all manner of crafted artifacts. The fire casts the shadows of these objects onto the wall in front of the prisoners. The prisoners, having no other reality, believe with all their hearts that these flickering, distorted grey shapes are the real world. They watch a shadow of a bird fly across the stone and say, "That is a bird." They hear the echo of the carriers talking, bouncing off the cave wall, and they believe the shadows are speaking. It is a world of pure illusion, a two-dimensional puppet show that they mistake for the depth of life. Plato, perhaps with a wry, sad smile, describes how the prisoners even develop a system of honors and prizes for the ones who are quickest at spotting the passing shadows or predicting which shape will come next. It is a biting, soft satire of our own world, our obsession with gossip, with political polling, with the fluctuating prices of the market, with the hot takes of the assembly. We give gold medals to the people who are best at guessing which way the smoke will blow, all while sitting in the dark. But then, the story shifts violently. Plato asks us to imagine that one prisoner is suddenly released. His chains are struck off. He is forced to stand up and turn around. The movement is agony. His muscles are atrophied from a lifetime of stillness. And when he turns towards the fire, the light, though it is only a fire, is blinding. His eyes, accustomed to the eternal twilight, water, and sting. He is confused, angry, and terrified. When the guards point to the wooden objects and say, "This is the real thing, the shadow was a lie," the prisoner cannot believe it. The wooden object looks blurry and strange to his dazzled eyes, while the shadow on the wall was sharp and familiar. He wants to sit back down. He wants the comfort of his chains, because the truth hurts. But he is not allowed to retreat. He is dragged by force up the rough, steep ascent of the cave's mouth, scraping his knees on the jagged rocks, pulled out of the womb of ignorance and into the open air. And then, the sun. If the fire hurt his eyes, the daylight annihilates his vision. He is totally blind, overwhelmed by the brilliance of reality. He lies on the grass, trembling, unable to look at anything. Slowly, painfully, his eyes adjust. First, he can only look at shadows on the ground, comforting and familiar. Then, he looks at reflections of trees in the water. Then he looks at the trees themselves, the vibrant green of the leaves, the texture of the bark, the sheer explosion of color that never existed in the cave. Finally, he looks up at the sun itself, not a reflection, not a fire, but the source of all light, all seasons, all life. In Plato's philosophy, this sun represents the form of the good, the ultimate truth that illuminates everything else. The prisoner realizes with a shock of pity that his old life, the prizes, the arguments over shadows, the wisdom of the cave, was all meaningless nonsense. He is free. He breathes the fresh air of the real world, his soul expanding to fill the infinite sky. This is the philosopher's journey, the painful ascent from opinion to knowledge. But the story does not end with this happy liberation, and this is where the shadow of Socrates falls heavily across the narrative. The free man, remembering his friends, still chained in the dark, feels a moral duty to go back down. He leaves the sunlight and descends again into the gloom. But now a cruel irony occurs. Coming from the light, his eyes are now blind to the darkness. He stumbles. He looks foolish. He cannot make out the shadows on the wall anymore because his eyes are used to the sun. The prisoners, seeing him stagger and fail at their shadow guessing games, laugh at him. They say that his journey up there has ruined his eyesight. They whisper that it is dangerous to leave the cave, that the ascent only leads to madness and incompetence. And then Plato delivers the final chilling line that would have made the students in the olive grove shiver in the warm evening air. And if they could lay hands on the man who was trying to set them free and lead them up, they would kill him. It is a prophecy of the past. It is the death of Socrates retold as a tragedy of optics. The mob killed Socrates not because he was wrong, but because he was clumsy in the dark. He had seen the sun, and he tried to explain color to men who only knew gray. Historians still argue whether Plato intended this allegory primarily as a political warning, that the enlightened ruler will always be hated by the masses, or as a mystical guide for the individual soul's ascension. Likely, it was both. It was a warning label for the academy. What we do here is dangerous. We are breaking chains, and people love their chains. The allegory fades into silence, leaving the students staring at the real shadows stretching across the grass, wondering if they are truly awake, or if they are merely dreaming of waking. The air in the garden feels different now, charged with a secret responsibility. They are not just students, they are escapees. And as Plato finishes speaking, the night fully descends, and the stars, those distant, perfect, mathematical points of light, begin to appear, reminding them that the ceiling of the world is open, if only one has the courage to look up. But just as the academy settles into this high-minded, celestial rhythm, unaware that the definition of reality is about to be challenged, the gates are opening for a new arrival. The timeline shifts forward 20 years to 367 BC. The perfect circle of Plato's philosophy is about to be punctured by a sharp, empirical needle. From the wild, semi-barbarian north, from the court of the Macedonian kings, a young man is traveling south. He does not look at the sky with the longing of a mystic. He looks at the roadside plants with the curiosity of a biologist. He is coming to shake the foundations of the cave and the sun alike. The physician's son is on his way. While the students of the academy were busy training their eyes to look upward, tracing the invisible lines of geometry against the Athenian sky, a very different kind of education was concluding hundreds of miles to the north, in the rugged, windswept town of Stagirra. It is here, on the wild edge of the Greek world, where the peninsula fingers out into the Aegean Sea, that we find the origin of the downward gaze. The year is 367 BC, and the summer heat is heavy with the scent of pine resin and the salt of the nearby harbor. But inside the house of the king's physician, the air smells of crushed herbs, dried saffron, and the metallic tang of surgical instruments. We must introduce the boy who would one day challenge the heavens. But first, we must understand the hands that shaped him. Aristotle was born into the guild of the Asclepiads, a hereditary clan of doctors who traced their lineage back to Asclepius, the god of healing. His father, Nicomachus, was not merely a village healer, but the personal physician and friend to King Amyntas III of Macedonia, the grandfather of Alexander the Great. This connection to the royal court is crucial. While Plato grew up in the democratic chaos of Athens, debating in the agora, Aristotle grew up in the shadowed corridors of a palace, watching power wielded by a single hand. But more importantly, he grew up watching his father work. In the ancient world, medicine was not learned from books alone, but by apprenticeship. From the time he could walk, Aristotle would have stood by his father's side, holding the mixing bowls for ointments or handing him the bronze scalpels. Imagine the young boy, his eyes wide and dark, watching his father diagnose a sickness. Nicomachus did not ask the patient about the form of the fever or the mathematical definition of health. He touched the skin to feel the heat. He looked at the color of the tongue. He smelled the breath. He examined the waist. He looked for the physical cause hidden within the physical body. This was the seed of Aristotle's genius, the unshakable belief that the truth is not out there in some ghostly dimension, but in here, woven into the muscle and bone of the world we live in. He learned that nature tells you its secrets if you are patient enough to look at the details, the veins in a leaf, the incubation period of an egg, the articulation of a joint. While Plato was learning that the senses lie, Aristotle was learning that the senses are the only witnesses we have. However, tragedy, as it often does in the lives of great men, struck early. Both Nicomachus and his wife, Phaestus, died while Aristotle was still a boy, leaving him an orphan under the guardianship of an uncle by marriage, Proxenus of Atanius. We know little of his grief, but we can imagine the loneliness of the intelligent child who had lost the guiding hand of the father he idolized. He was left with a significant inheritance. Aristotle was always wealthy, a fact that allowed him to buy the expensive papyrus scrolls he loved. But he was spiritually adrift. At the age of 17, the standard age for a young man to seek higher education, his guardian made the decision to send him to the intellectual capital of the world. And so, the physician's son became an emigrant. He boarded a ship bound for Athens, sailing down the coast of Thessaly, past the towering silhouette of Mount Olympus, the home of the gods, he would later analyze with cool detachment, and into the port of Piraeus. When he stepped off the boat, he stepped into a world that viewed him with a mixture of curiosity and suspicion. To the Athenians, Macedonians were considered semi-barbarous, a people who drank their wine undiluted, a scandalous faux pas, and lived under kings rather than laws. Aristotle spoke a dialect of Greek that might have sounded harsh or rustic to the refined Athenian ear, and ancient gossip tells us he had a lisp, a minor speech impediment that he perhaps overcompensated for with his wardrobe. Unlike the typical philosopher who wore threadbare cloaks to signal their disdain for worldly goods, Aristotle arrived in style. He wore rings on his fingers. He kept his hair fashionably short and trimmed, unlike the long, unkempt locks of the ascetics, and he wore fine sandals. He was a dandy, a young aristocrat who enjoyed the finer things in life, signaling immediately that he did not think the material world was evil. He thought it was delightful. Walking through the streets of Athens, he was a metic, a resident alien. This legal status meant he could live there, but he could never own land, and he could never vote. This enforced distance is vital to understanding his tone. He was always the observer, never the participant. He looked at Athenian politics not as a player in the game, but as a biologist looking at an ant colony, noting its efficiency and its madness with equal objectivity. He made his way out of the city gates, past the potters and the graves, toward the grove of Hecademus. One can only imagine the moment he stood before the entrance of the academy. Did he see the sign forbidding those ignorant of geometry? He was well educated, certainly, but his mind was filled with the biology of sponges and the anatomy of cuttlefish, not just the abstract triangles of the Pythagoreans. He was walking into a cathedral of mathematics with a biologist's scalpel in his pocket. The contrast was stark. Plato wanted to escape the world to find the truth. Aristotle had come to study the world to find the truth. As he crossed the threshold into the dappled shade of the olive trees, The silence of the garden enveloped him. He was 17, brilliant, wealthy, and eager, carrying the trauma of an orphan and the clinical detachment of a doctor. He was about to meet the man who would become his surrogate father, his god, and eventually his greatest philosophical adversary. The academy had seen many students come and go, politicians looking for rhetoric, mathematicians looking for proofs, but it had never seen anything like this. It had never seen a mind that could love the abstract theory of the soul while simultaneously being fascinating by the digestive system of a snail. The reader had arrived, and the quiet library of the academy was about to get much noisier. The sun filtered through the leaves, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air. To Plato, they were imperfections blocking the light. To Aristotle, they were matter, dancing according to the laws of physics. And he wanted to know why. When the 60-year-old Plato looked across the gathered circle of his students, he saw a sea of familiar archetypes. The eager politician practicing his posture, the dreamy mathematician tracing circles in the dust, and the sycophant nodding before the argument was even finished. But in the young Macedonian, he saw something entirely alien, a terrifying and beautiful intensity that did not fit the mold of the typical Athenian youth. The meeting of these two men, the broad-shouldered, silver-bearded wrestler of ideas and the slender, bejeweled, slightly lisping teenager, was not a collision, but a recognition. It was the moment a great composer discovers an instrument that can play notes he never knew existed. Plato, whose nickname, Platon, referred to the physical width of his chest and forehead, was a man of presence. He occupied space with the heavy, grounded authority of a statue. Aristotle, by contrast, was a man of vibration. He was restless, fidgety, his mind seemingly moving faster than his tongue could follow. It would have been easy for the older man to dismiss the younger. Aristotle's taste for fine jewelry and his well-cut, colorful cloaks could have been interpreted as vanity, a sign of a soul trapped in the cave of appearances. Yet, Plato possessed the true teacher's gift, the ability to see the fire inside the lantern, no matter how strangely the lantern was decorated. He watched as Aristotle devoured the curriculum, not with the passive acceptance of a disciple, but with the ravenous, critical hunger of a predator. While other students memorized Plato's arguments, Aristotle dismantled them, checked their gears, and reassembled them, often improving the mechanism in the process. It was this ferocious capacity for intellectual labor that earned Aristotle his first and most defining nickname within the academy. Plato did not call him the orator or the mystic. He called him the reader. To our modern ears, this sounds like a trivial description, perhaps even a bit boring. We are all readers. We live in a world saturated with text. But in the 4th century BC, to be called the reader was to be labeled a radical anomaly. Greek culture was still overwhelmingly oral. Wisdom was something you heard, something that passed from mouth to ear in the marketplace or the symposium. Homer's Iliad was sung. Socrates' dialogues were spoken. Books, long strips of papyrus rolled around wooden dowels, were rare, clumsy, and exorbitantly expensive objects, usually reserved for reference, not for solitary study. A book was a script for a performance, not a silent companion. But Aristotle was different. With the wealth of his physician father supporting him, he did something unprecedented. He began to collect scrolls. He bought them, he stored them, and he spent hours alone with them. Imagine the sensory atmosphere of Aristotle's quarters, a small room that smelled distinctively of dried river reeds and carbon ink. While the other students were out wrestling in the gymnasium or drinking wine in the city, Aristotle was unrolling the thoughts of dead men. The sound of his room was the dry crinkle hiss of papyrus being unfurled. Historians and linguists still debate the fascinating question of how Aristotle read. In the ancient world, almost all reading was done aloud. The idea of silent reading, looking at symbols and hearing the voice only in your head, was considered a strange, almost magical ability, akin to telepathy. Did Aristotle mutter the words to himself, filling his room with a low buzzing drone like a hive of bees? Or was he among the first to master the art of silence, letting the information flow directly from the eye to the brain without the clumsy intermediary of the tongue? Plato, observing this habit, supposedly remarked that Aristotle's house was the house of the reader, a phrase that mixed admiration with a hint of concern. This concern stemmed from Plato's own deep suspicion of writing. In his dialogue, Phaedrus, Plato had argued that writing was dangerous because it destroyed memory. He believed that if you wrote something down, you stopped carrying it in your soul. A book, Plato argued, is a dead thing. If you ask it a question, it gives you the same silence or the same unchanging answer forever. It cannot defend itself. It cannot adapt to the listener. To Plato, true philosophy was the living breath between two people. And yet, here was his greatest student, surrounding himself with these dead objects, building a fortress of paper. It was the first crack in the foundation of their unity. Plato wanted to engrave truth onto the soul. Aristotle wanted to record truth onto a scroll. Plato was the master of the memory. Aristotle was the father of the archive. Despite this divergence, or perhaps because of it, a profound intimacy developed between the old master and the young prodigy. Plato eventually bestowed another, even more flattering title upon him: the nous, the mind. The mind is absent today, he would say, if Aristotle was late to a lecture, implying that without him, the collective intelligence of the group was headless. There is a gentle, human warmth in this dynamic. We must imagine them walking together under the plane trees, the large, slow-moving Plato, listening as the younger man spoke rapidly, perhaps stumbling over his words in his excitement to explain a new theory about the motion of stars or the rhetoric of poets. Plato likely smiled at the boy's intensity, recognizing the divine madness of the philosopher. He tolerated Aristotle's critiques because he knew they were born of love for the truth. There is a soft humor in the accounts of their domestic differences. While Plato lived on figs and severe moderation, ancient gossips suggests Aristotle enjoyed a comfortable life, perhaps even indulging in the scandal of warm baths, which the Spartans thought made a man weak, and a good meal. One can picture the scene, the ascetic Plato raising a skeptical eyebrow as Aristotle arrives at the morning lecture smelling of expensive scented oil, yet forgiving him instantly once the debate began, and the dandy dismantled a complex logical fallacy with the precision of a surgeon. However, the reader was not just absorbing Plato's teachings. He was categorizing them, and in doing so, he was beginning to see the flaws in the master's architecture. Plato taught that the world of physical things was a flux, a river that never stops changing and therefore cannot be truly known. You cannot have knowledge of a flower because the flower dies. You can only have knowledge of the eternal form of the flower. But as Aristotle read the reports of travelers, the medical journals of his father, and the histories of wars, he began to feel that this dismissal of the physical world was a mistake. He looked at his scrolls, physical objects made of plant fiber, and saw that they held truth. He looked at the biological complexity of his own hand and wondered why the copy was so much more intricate than the original. The seed of the conflict was planted in the soil of this affection. Plato was the broad-shouldered wrestler, trying to pin the world down by lifting it to the heavens. Aristotle was the reader trying to pin the world down by writing an inventory of its contents. For now, the conflict was a quiet hum, a difference in tone rather than a clash of swords. Aristotle was the colt of the academy, a spirited young horse that needs training. Plato famously joked later that Aristotle kicked at him like a colt kicks its mother after nursing. It was a joke wrapped in a compliment. The mother provides the milk that makes the colt strong enough to kick. Plato knew he was feeding the very strength that would one day overthrow him. As the sun sets on the academy in these early years of their partnership, we see the two silhouettes merging in the twilight. The teacher and the student, the writer and the reader. They are walking toward the same truth, but they are walking on different paths. One looking up at the first stars appearing in the violet sky, seeking the geometry of God. The other looking down at the path itself, wondering why the pebbles are shaped the way they are. The harmony of the garden is about to be tested, for the reader is done reading. He is ready to start looking for himself. The friction between the master and the student did not manifest as a shout, but as a gradual change in the center of gravity, a slow tectonic shift that would eventually pull the continents of human thought apart. We have arrived at the definitive image, the moment that the Renaissance painter Raphael would later capture with perfect intuition on the walls of the Vatican. Two men standing side by side, one pointing vertically to the heavens, the other holding his hand flat, palm down, hovering over the earth. This is not merely a difference in opinion. It is a difference in where they believed the soul of reality lived. To understand this, we must slip into the mind of Plato as he walked the academy grounds. When Plato looked at a beautiful white horse grazing in the field, he did not see reality. He saw a tragedy. He saw a creature that would eventually grow old, lose its teeth, limp, and die. He saw a temporary collection of bones and hair that was trying and failing to be a horse. To Plato, the physical animal was just a clumsy shadow. The real horse, the capital H horse, existed in the world of forms, in that perfect, invisible dimension where it never aged, never broke a leg, and never died. This was idealism. It was the belief that the material world is a disappointment, a decaying photocopy of a divine original. Plato wanted to escape the copy and merge with the original. He was the man who loved the blueprint more than the building, because the blueprint never leaks when it rains. But Aristotle, walking beside him, looked at the same white horse and felt a very different emotion. Fascination. He did not look up. He looked at the muscle twitching under the skin. He looked at the way the hoof struck the turf. To Aristotle, the form of the horse was not floating in some ghostly heaven. It was right there, inside the animal. It was the organizing principle that kept the horse from dissolving into a puddle of meat. This was realism. Aristotle argued that if you took away the physical horse, the form vanished with it. Form and matter were not enemies, as Plato thought. They were dance partners. They needed each other. Matter is the clay. Form is the shape. You cannot have a shape without the clay. This disagreement fundamentally changed how they treated the world around them. Plato wanted to close his eyes to see the truth. Aristotle wanted to open them as wide as possible. Imagine the daily friction of this in the olive grove. Plato would lead a discussion on the nature of the perfect circle. He would draw a circle in the sand with a stick, then point out that the drawing was flawed. The stick dragged over a pebble here. The line was too thick there. This is not a circle, Plato would say, waving his hand dismissively at the sand. This is a lie. The true circle exists only in the mind. The students would nod, entranced by the purity of the thought. But Aristotle, standing at the edge of the group, perhaps twirling a ring on his finger, would look at the sand and think, but it's a real shape, and it's the only one we have. Why are we talking about the ghost when the body is right here? There is a quiet, scholarly humor in imagining Aristotle's internal monologue during these moments. It must have been like a master carpenter listening to a poet describe a chair. Beautiful words. But you can't sit on a metaphor. Historians and philosophers call this the problem of chorismos, or separation. Plato separated the truth from the thing itself, putting truth in a safe deposit box in the sky. Aristotle picked the lock and put the truth back into the thing. He introduced the concept of substance, ousia. For Aristotle, a specific individual thing, this man, this horse, this oak tree, was the primary reality. He loved the specific. Plato loved the general. Plato would say, "Let us discuss the nature of trees." Aristotle would say, "Which one? The olive, the cypress, the fig? They eat different nutrients." This downward gaze led Aristotle to ask questions that Plato found trivial, or even slightly gross. Plato was concerned with the soul. Aristotle was concerned with the soul, but he was also concerned with the ankle bone, the stomach lining, and the reproductive habits of cuttlefish. There is a story, perhaps apocryphal, but spiritually true, that while Plato was composing hymns to the eternal geometry of the cosmos, Aristotle was on his knees in the mud, dissecting a lizard to see how its heart worked. To Plato, the lizard was a distraction from the divine. To Aristotle, the lizard was a little pocket of the divine wrapped in scales. This was the birth of science as we know it. Plato gave us the why, the ethical purpose, the teleology. Aristotle gave us the how, the mechanics, the biology, the physics. But we must not think of them as enemies shouting at each other. The relationship was far more subtle, more like a continuous, loving friction that sharpened both blades. Aristotle never stopped revering Plato. He kept the forms, but he pulled them down from the sky and planted them in the earth. He invented a devastating logical weapon known as the third man argument to gently poke holes in his master's theory. He asked, if there is a form of a man in heaven that explains the man on earth, do you not need a third form to explain the similarity between the first two? And then a fourth, and a fifth? It was an infinite regress, a hall of mirrors that showed the absurdity of separating the idea from the object. Yet, despite these devastating critiques, Aristotle stayed. He didn't leave in a huff. He stayed for 20 years. This is the emotional core of the story that is often missed. The realist loved the idealist. Perhaps Aristotle knew that without Plato's upward glance, his own science would just be a pile of dry facts without a soul. And perhaps Plato knew that without Aristotle's downward glance, his philosophy would float away like a balloon with the string cut. They were the two halves of the human condition, the part of us that dreams of a perfect world where no one dies, and the part of us that has to figure out how to cure a fever in this one. The academy became a house large enough for both the mystic and the mechanic. But as the years wore on, the difference in their interests began to manifest in the very geography of the garden. Plato and his loyalists drifted towards the quiet corners where they could draw geometrical proofs in the dust, seeking the silent certainty of mathematics. Aristotle and his younger cohort began to drift towards the riverbanks, collecting specimens, cataloging plants, and looking at the chaotic, messy, beautiful explosion of life. The quiet war between mathematics and biology had begun. The fortress of reason was about to be invaded by a zoo, and in the middle of it all, the broad-shouldered old man watched his brilliant, jeweled student with a mixture of pride and melancholy, knowing that the boy was destined to shatter the very world he had built, not out of malice, but out of a desperate need to touch the truth with his own hands. The sun is setting on the theory of the forms, and the moon is rising over a collection of seashells and dried leaves, arranged in a row by a young man who thought God might be hiding in the details. The garden of the academy was no longer just a grove of trees. It had become a battlefield of attention. If you were to walk through the grounds in those days, listening closely to the sounds of the morning, you would hear two distinct rhythms. The heartbeat of the split that was widening between the master and the student. On one side, near the shrine of the Muses, the air was thick with a holy, heavy silence, broken only by the dry scritch-scratch of wooden styluses digging into wax tablets, or the soft sifting of sand being smoothed over for a new diagram. Here, Plato reigned as the high priest of geometry. He was growing older now, his beard whiter, his eyes more distant, and his obsession with mathematics had deepened into a theology. He had come to believe that the entire universe was not made of atoms or random matter, but of perfect, invisible shapes. Getty Images. To Plato, God was a geometer. In his later dialogue, the Timaeus, he proposed a theory that sounds almost hallucinatory in its beauty, that the elements themselves were literally shaped like the dice of the gods. Fire, he argued, was sharp and hot because its atoms were shaped like tetrahedrons, pyramids with pointy corners that pricked the skin. Earth was stable and solid because it was made of cubes, the most stackable and sturdy of shapes. Air was an octahedron, and water was a slippery icosahedron, a 20-sided shape that flowed easily over the hand. These were the famous Platonic solids. Imagine the students sitting in a circle, holding wooden models of these shapes, turning them in the light, believing they were holding the secret alphabet of reality. It was clean. It was pure. It was an intellectual sterilization of the messy world. There was no blood in a tetrahedron. There was no rot in a cube. It was a philosophy for men who wanted to leave the earth behind. But if you walked away from the shrine, down towards the muddy banks of the Cephissus River, or toward the back entrances where the delivery carts arrived from the fish markets of Piraeus, you would hear a very different sound. You would hear the squelch of wet clay, the cracking of shells, and the excited, rapid-fire voice of Aristotle. While Plato was building a universe out of triangles, Aristotle was covered in mud, holding a dripping sea urchin. To the refined Athenian gentleman, what Aristotle was doing was shockingly undignified, bordering on madness. The Greeks generally viewed manual labor and handling dead things as the work of slaves or butchers, certainly not philosophers. But Aristotle had the distinct, unshakable confidence of a doctor's son. He didn't care about social stigma. He cared about the mechanism of life. He was engaged in the first great biological survey in human history. He was compiling his massive work, The History of Animals, a text that would remain the ultimate authority on biology for 2,000 years. He was not looking for the form of the urchin in the sky. He was looking for its mouth. He discovered a complex five-jawed chewing apparatus inside the sea urchin's shell, a beautiful piece of natural engineering that looked like a horn lantern. To this day, biologists call it Aristotle's lantern. He was obsessed with the details that Plato ignored. He noted that the chameleon changes color, not just for camouflage, but when it is inflated with air or fear. He observed the reproductive arm of the octopus, the hectocotylus, centuries before modern science confirmed it. He cut open fertilized chicken eggs at different stages of days to watch the heart, a tiny pulsing red speck, begin to beat the first drum of life. The conflict between the two men was sensory. Plato wanted a world that was dry, static, and cold, like a crystal. Aristotle wanted a world that was wet, moving, and warm, like a womb. There is a famous passage where Aristotle seems to be addressing the students who wrinkled their noses at his dissection table, perhaps looking longingly back at Plato's clean geometric shapes. Aristotle scolded them gently, saying, "We must not betake ourselves to the consideration of the meaner animals with a bad grace, as though we were children, since in all natural things there is somewhat of the marvelous." He told them the story of the ancient philosopher Heraclitus, who was found by visitors warming himself by a kitchen stove, a humble, lowly spot. When the visitors hesitated to enter, Heraclitus invited them in, saying, "Here too there are gods." Aristotle was telling them, God is not just in the stars. God is in the intestines of the bee. This led to a profound synthesis, a borrowing of weapons. Aristotle took Plato's greatest idea, teleology, or purpose, and applied it to biology. Plato believed the universe had a purpose because it was designed by a rational creator. Aristotle wasn't sure about the creator, but he was sure about the purpose. He looked at the heavy, curved beak of an eagle and asked, "What is this for?" He looked at the eyelids of a gecko and asked, "Why implies this design?" He coined the phrase, "Nature does nothing in vain." He was using Plato's logic to explain the very mud Plato despised. The spleen, the liver, the roots of a plant, they all had a telos, a goal. They were striving to be their best selves. The atmosphere in the academy during these years must have been electric with this polarity. On one side, the god of the triangle. On the other, the god of the frog. Historians still argue about how much they argued. Did they shout? Did they debate over dinner? Or did they simply exist in a respectful parallel tension, like two different species of trees growing in the same soil? The evidence suggests affection. Aristotle never mocked Plato's math. He simply treated it as one part of the story, not the whole book. And Plato, despite his love for the abstract, allowed this biological zoo to flourish within his school. It is a testament to the broad shoulders of his mind that he did not kick the biologist out. But this garden of pure thought, this paradise where the only conflict was between a shape and a creature, was about to be shattered by the one thing Plato could not control: the real world of politics. While they were debating the nature of the ideal state, a letter arrived from across the sea, from the powerful city-state of Syracuse in Sicily. It was a summons, a temptation, and a trap. The ruler of Syracuse had died, and his young, impressionable successor, Dionysius II, was on the throne. The letter suggested that this young tyrant was open to philosophy, that he could be molded. For Plato, this was the ultimate test. He had spent decades writing the Republic, a massive book describing the perfect society ruled by a philosopher king, a wise leader who loved truth more than power. Now fate was calling his bluff. "You have written about the philosopher king," the letter essentially said. "Come and make one." Aristotle, the realist, might have looked at the letter with suspicion. He knew that changing the habits of a king was harder than dissecting a squid. But Plato, the idealist, could not resist the lure of the perfect opportunity. He believed that if he could just teach geometry to a tyrant, he could save the world. The silence of the geometry class and the bustle of the biology lab were about to be left behind. The old master was packing his bags for a journey that would prove, once and for all, that the cave is a very difficult place to leave, and an even harder place to fix. The wrestler was going back into the ring, but this time his opponent wasn't a philosophical argument. It was a spoiled dictator with an army. The ship that carried Plato across the Ionian Sea did not dock in a quiet harbor of reflection, but in the great harbor of Syracuse, the New York City of the ancient world. It was a metropolis of blinding white limestone, colossal temples, and terrifying wealth, a place where the air tasted of salt, expensive perfume, and corruption. The year was 367 BC, and Plato, now a man in his 60s, was stepping into the lion's den, armed only with a stick of chalk and a dream. He had come to test the central thesis of his life, that the world's misery would never end until philosophers become kings, or kings become philosophers. His target was Dionysius II, the 30-year-old tyrant of Syracuse, a man who possessed absolute power, a fleet of 400 warships, and the emotional maturity of a toddler. The invitation had come from Dion, Dionysius's uncle and Plato's dedicated student, who believed the young tyrant could be saved from his own debauchery. It was a mission of desperate optimism. Imagine the contrast. Plato, the ascetic vegetarian from the quiet olive grove, walking through the marble corridors of a palace where banquets lasted for days, where wine flowed like water, and where spies lurked behind every tapestry. The court of Syracuse was a viper's nest of mercenaries, sycophants, and party-goers who viewed this grim Athenian philosopher with the same amusement one might view a magician hired for a birthday party. They expected entertainment. Plato intended to give them homework, and for a brief, surreal moment, it actually seemed to work. Plato, with his immense charisma and authority, convinced the young tyrant that the path to true power lay not in the sword, but in the soul. And the key to the soul, naturally, was geometry. Plato believed that a mind unable to understand the immutable laws of a triangle could never understand the immutable laws of justice. So, a strange fever swept through the palace. The floors of the royal court, usually polished to a mirror shine for dancing, were suddenly covered in a layer of fine dust. Sand brought in so that the tyrant and his courtiers could draw diagrams. Imagine the scene. Hardened generals and perfumed aristocrats on their hands and knees in the crypt, struggling to prove the Pythagorean theorem while Plato stood over them, tapping his staff, trying to turn a dictatorship into a classroom. It was the high water mark of idealism. The form of the triangle was trying to conquer the form of the tyrant. But the real world has a way of scratching back against the blackboard. The honeymoon lasted only a few months. Dionysius II found geometry hard, and he found virtue boring. He wanted the secret shortcut to wisdom, the royal road. But Plato told him there was no shortcut. The ascent from the cave is a steep, jagged climb for everyone, even kings. The courtiers, sensing the tyrant's fatigue and fearing that Plato was turning their leader into a pacifist who would dismantle their gravy train, began to whisper. They whispered that Plato was not a teacher, but a conspirator. They whispered that he and Dion were plotting to overthrow Dionysius and hand the city over to the Carthaginians. Paranoia, the disease of tyrants, set in. The philosopher-king experiment collapsed in a single afternoon. Dionysius produced a fake letter, accused his uncle Dion of treason, and had him shoved onto a boat and exiled. Plato was left alone, no longer a teacher, but a prisoner in a gilded cage. He was moved into the palace citadel, surrounded by mercenaries, who looked at him not with reverence, but with suspicion. For months, the greatest mind in the Western world was trapped, looking out at the warships in the harbor, realizing that his beautiful theory of the perfect state had just crashed into the jagged rocks of human psychology. He had tried to impose a perfect blueprint on an imperfect man, and the man had rejected it. Eventually, through a mix of diplomatic pressure and the tyrant's fickle moods, Plato was allowed to leave. He boarded a ship back to Athens, humiliated, exhausted, and lucky to be alive. But the story has a tragic sequel. Years later, incredibly, Plato went back again, a third trip, convinced he could still fix things. It ended even worse, with Plato nearly killed by the tyrant's guards, only saved by the last-minute intervention of a ship sent by his Pythagorean friend Archytas. It was a humiliating lesson in the limits of philosophy. The upward glance had failed to see the knife hidden in the sleeve. When Plato finally walked back through the gates of the academy, shaking the dust of Sicily from his sandals, the atmosphere in the garden had changed. He was an old man now, returning from a war he had lost, and waiting for him was Aristotle. We must imagine the look that passed between them. Aristotle, now in his 30s, had watched the entire debacle from afar. To the realist, the failure in Syracuse was not a surprise. It was a data point. It confirmed everything Aristotle was beginning to suspect, that you cannot just dream up a republic in your head and expect real humans to live in it. This failure likely planted the seeds for Aristotle's own great political work, the Politics. While Plato had written about the ideal state, utopia, Aristotle decided to study actual states. He didn't want to know what government should be. He wanted to know what government was. He sent his students out to collect the constitutions of 158 different cities: Carthage, Sparta, Athens, Crete. He treated governments like he treated sea urchins. He dissected them. He looked at what worked and what didn't. He concluded that there is no perfect government, only the best possible government for a specific people, in a specific climate, with a specific economy. He moved from the politics of perfection to the politics of the possible. The return of the defeated master marked the beginning of the end of the old academy's unity. Plato retreated further into his numbers, finding comfort in the only realm that hadn't betrayed him, mathematics. He became more mystical, more detached. He began to speak of the one and the indefinite dyad, concepts so abstract that even his students struggled to follow him. There is a famous story of a public lecture Plato gave during this time called On the Good. The people of Athens, hearing the title, crowded in, expecting practical advice on how to be happy, how to get rich, or how to have a good marriage. Instead, Plato spoke for hours about geometry, astronomy, and numbers, finally concluding that the good is one. The audience was baffled and angry. They wanted life hacks. He gave them metaphysics. But Aristotle understood. He understood that his teacher was retreating into the fortress he had built. And while Plato looked at the sky, Aristotle began to look at the ground with a new intensity. He saw that the vacuum left by Plato's political failure needed to be filled with a new kind of science, a science of ethics based on how humans actually behave, not how they ought to be behaving. The wrestler had been thrown by the world. The reader was taking notes on the technique. The tension in the academy was now palpable. The intellectual wrestling match was no longer a sparring session. It was a battle for the future of thought. And just as the philosophical divide was deepening, a strange, feathered interruption arrived to remind them all that philosophy could be ridiculous. From the streets of Athens came a man who respected neither the upward glance nor the downward glance, a man who lived in a ceramic jar and thought the entire academy was a joke. The timeline is about to be disrupted by the ultimate heckler. Diogenes the cynic was coming to lunch, and he was bringing a chicken. The gates of the academy closed behind the returning master, not with a clang of iron, but with the soft, final thud of heavy timber, shutting out the noise of the harbor, the shouts of the assembly, and the treacherous currents of the Mediterranean. Plato was home. He would never leave Athens again. The weary traveler had hung up his cloak, and the dust of the road was washed from his feet for the last time. We find him now in the final act of his life, a period historians call the Old Academy, a time of autumn light and deepening shadows. He was approaching 80 years of age, his once broad shoulders slightly stooped, his beard a flowing cascade of silver. The fire of his youth, the burning anger that had fueled the Republic, and his desire to revolutionize the world had cooled into something harder, colder, and more durable, a resignation to the limits of human nature. If the Republic was the dream of a young lover who believes he can change his beloved, his final massive work, the laws, was the contract of a tired lawyer who knows that people will inevitably disappoint you. In the quiet solitude of his study, surrounded by stacks of wax tablets, Plato began to draft this grim masterpiece. He no longer wrote of the philosopher king. Syracuse had taught him that power does not philosophize. Power corrupts. He realized that waiting for a messiah of wisdom was a recipe for disaster. So, he proposed a second-best state, a city not ruled by a perfect man, but ruled by rigid, unbending laws, shackles designed to keep the wild beast of human emotion in check. It was a darker vision, a concession that if we cannot climb out of the cave, we must at least organize the furniture in the dark so we don't hurt each other. To walk through the academy in these years was to walk through a hospital for the soul. The atmosphere was monastic. The students, sensing the master's withdrawal from the world, turned inward with him. They became obsessed with classification, with the diirises, the method of division. They believed that if they could just define every object in the universe with perfect precision, if they could slice reality into thin enough categories, they could trap the truth like a butterfly in a net. They spent days debating the definition of a vegetable, the definition of a sophist, the definition of a statesman. It was a search for order in a chaotic century. And in the midst of this sterile, high-minded order, Aristotle moved like a restless current. He was now a man in his mid-30s, fully mature, a philosopher of immense power who remained paradoxically a student. He watched Plato's retreat into legalism and mathematics with a critical eye. While Plato was writing the laws, constructing a theoretical city where poetry was banned and wine was strictly regulated, Aristotle was quietly writing his notes on rhetoric. He was studying how men actually spoke, how they persuaded each other in the real courts of Athens. He did not want to ban poetry. He wanted to understand why it made us cry. He did not want to ban emotions. He wanted to understand their mechanics, identifying fear, pity, and anger as biological responses, not just moral failings. There is a profound, quiet tragedy in this phase of their relationship. Plato was looking for a successor. He had no wife, no children. The academy was his only child. By all rights of intellect, Aristotle was the heir. He was the mind of the school, but he was also a foreigner, a metic, and worst of all, he disagreed with the central dogma of the forms. He could not inherit the throne because he did not believe in the kingdom. Plato turned instead to his nephew Speusippus, a mathematician of mediocre talent but loyal blood, to be his lieutenant. We can imagine the sting of this for Aristotle. To know you are the best musician in the orchestra, but the conductor will hand the baton to his tone-deaf nephew because he shares the same last name. Yet, Aristotle did not leave. He stayed teaching, writing, and walking the grounds. Perhaps because he knew that as long as Plato was alive, this garden was still the center of the universe. The intellectual exercises in the academy became increasingly abstract, almost like a game of high-stakes verbal chess. The goal was to reach the definition, to strip away all the accidental qualities of a thing until you were left with its pure essence. Plato would challenge the students. Define an angler. The students would begin to divide. An angler is a technician. Of technicians, some produce things, some acquire things. The angler acquires. Of acquirers, some use force, hunters, some use strategy. The angler uses strategy. And so on, down a branching tree of logic, until they pin the fisherman to the board. It was in this context, in the cool shade of the olive trees, that the most famous and inadvertently hilarious moment of the Academy's history took place. It began with a question that seemed simple, a question that has plagued humanity since we first looked in a mirror. What is a man? Plato gathered the students. He wanted a definition that was scientific, indisputable, and free of poetic fluff. They began the process of diaresis. Is man an animal? Yes. Is he a mortal animal or immortal? Mortal. Does he live in the water or on land? On land. Does he have 4 legs or 2? 2. Does he have feathers or is he without feathers? Without. The logic seemed airtight. They looked at birds. They had 2 legs but had feathers. They looked at horses. They had no feathers but 4 legs. Man was unique. He was the only creature that walked on 2 legs and had smooth skin. Plato, likely feeling a sense of satisfaction at the clean geometric elegance of the definition, announced the verdict to the school. The definition of a human being was officially a featherless biped. The students nodded. It was precise. It was logical. It fit the system. They wrote it down on their wax tablets. Man, featherless biped. The fortress of reason had successfully categorized the human species. The walls of the garden were high, and the logic was sound. They felt safe in their definitions. But walls, no matter how high, cannot keep out a man who owns nothing and fears nothing. Down in the bustling, dirty, chaotic marketplace of Athens, a figure was stirring. He was Diogenes of Sinope, the founder of cynicism, a man who lived in a large ceramic wine jar, a pythos, to prove that he needed no house. He possessed a wooden staff, a cloak, and a cup, until he saw a boy drinking from his hands, at which point he smashed his cup, shouting, "A child has beaten me in simplicity." He was the anti-Plato. If Plato was the philosopher of the high ceiling, Diogenes was the philosopher of the floor. He believed that social conventions were lies, that manners were a trap, and that the only way to be free was to live in accordance with raw, shameless nature. He was known to walk through Athens in broad daylight, carrying a lit lantern, shining it in people's faces. When asked what he was doing, he would growl, "I'm looking for a human." News reached the marketplace of Plato's new high and mighty definition, a featherless biped, the gossips whispered. Diogenes heard this. He likely let out a bark of laughter, a harsh, jagged sound that cut through the polite murmur of the city. He did not write a counter-argument. He did not prepare a lecture. He did not engage in a dialectic. Diogenes believed that action was the only truth. He stood up, shook off the dust of the street, and went to find a chicken. The weary traveler in the academy thought he had shut out the noise of the world. He thought he had built a sanctuary where logic ruled supreme. But he had forgotten that logic without a reality check is just a fragile glass house. The gate of the academy creaked open. There was no wind, but a storm was entering. A man in dirty rags, smelling of the street, was marching towards the lecture circle, holding something behind his back. The collision between the divine Plato and the dog Diogenes was about to happen, and it would prove that sometimes the most profound philosophical statement is not a word, but a plucked bird. The silence of the academy was usually a heavy, reverent thing, broken only by the sound of wind in the poplars or the polite murmuring of debate. But on this particular afternoon, the silence was shattered by a sound that had no place in a sanctuary of higher learning, the frantic, confused clucking of poultry. The students, wrapped in their clean linen cloaks and holding their wax tablets inscribed with the perfect definition of a human being, turned towards the entrance. What they saw was a vision of chaos that would be etched into the history of philosophy forever. Stomping through the manicured garden was Diogenes of Sinope. He was a striking, terrifying figure, sun-browned skin hardened by exposure, a beard matted with the dust of the road, and eyes that burned with a fierce, mocking intelligence. He wore a rough, dirty cloak doubled over to serve as both his bed and his coat, and he carried a wooden staff that he used to point, poke, and emphasize his insults. but it was what he carried in his other hand that froze the blood of the young intellectuals. He was gripping a chicken by its feet. It was not just any chicken. It was a wretched, shivering thing that had been plucked clean of every single feather. Its skin was bumpy and pale, its wings flapped uselessly against its sides, and it looked, in a horrifying, undeniable way, like a tiny, distorted human being. Diogenes marched straight into the center of the lecture circle, pushing past the stunned students, until he stood directly in front of Plato. The great master of the forms, who had spent decades contemplating the eternal perfection of the soul, looked down at the cynic. Diogenes lifted the naked bird high into the air, swung it around so everyone could see its featherless two-legged body, and roared with laughter. "Behold," he shouted, his voice cracking with delight, "I have brought you a man." The shock was absolute. The featherless biped definition, which had looked so elegant and scientific on the wax tablets just moments ago, instantly dissolved into absurdity. In the presence of this grotesque, shivering reality, the words looked foolish. Diogenes dropped the bird on the ground, where it ran around confusingly, pecking at the sandals of the philosophers, a chaotic, biological reality invading the fortress of reason. The students gasped, some covering their mouths to hide their smiles, others looking at Plato in panic, waiting for the lightning bolt of his intellect to strike the intruder down. But Plato did not shout. He did not call for the guards to remove the madman. This is where the true character of the broad-shouldered philosopher shines through. He looked at the chicken, then he looked at Diogenes, and he smiled. A quiet, weary smile of a man who knows that the universe has a sense of humor. He realized immediately that he had been checkmated. His abstract definition had failed to account for the messiness of the physical world. He had tried to capture a human with words, and Diogenes had set him free with a bird. With perfect composure, Plato turned to his scribes. "It appears," he said softly, his voice cutting through the tension, "that we must amend our definition." He thought for a moment, looking at the bird's sharp claws compared to his own human hands. "Let us add, a featherless biped with broad, flat nails." The students hurriedly scratched the correction into their wax, but the spell was broken. Diogenes had made his point. You cannot define the world from a distance. You have to touch it, smell it, and sometimes pluck it. Words are not things. The map is not the territory. This incident, often retold as a simple joke, was actually a profound clash between two ways of seeing the world, a clash that Aristotle watched with keen interest. Diogenes represented the material, raw, ugly, undeniable matter. Plato represented the ideal, clean, perfect, but fragile. Aristotle stood in the middle. He likely admired Diogenes' commitment to reality, even if he found his manners repulsive. Aristotle knew that a chicken was not a man, not because of its feathers or nails, but because of its soul, its internal capacity for reason. He realized that Plato's mistake was trying to define things by their outside appearance rather than their inside function. You don't define a flute by what it looks like. You define it by the music it plays. Diogenes, having delivered his punchline, did not stay for the seminar. He picked up his staff, and perhaps the chicken for dinner, and marched back out to his tub in the marketplace, leaving the academy shaken. The intrusion was a reminder that outside the garden walls, life was not a geometry problem. It was hungry, dirty, and alive. The laughter that rippled through Athens that day was the beginning of the end for the high era of the academy. The mood shifted. The certainty of the forms had been pegged. Plato, now approaching his 80th year, began to withdraw even further. The plucked chicken incident was one of the last great public moments of his life, a final burst of color before the twilight set in. He spent his remaining days in the quiet of his private garden, revising his texts, perhaps wondering if he had spent too much time looking at the sun and not enough time looking at the shadows. We must picture the aging master now, walking slowly with a cane, the leaves of the plane trees turning gold and brown above him, mirroring the autumn of his life, the wrestling matches of his youth, the dramatic dialogues of Socrates, the grand political experiments in Sicily. They all felt like distant memories. He was preparing for the ultimate journey, the one trip for which there is no return ticket, and for which no luggage, not even a definition, can be carried. He had built a lighthouse for the Western mind, but the keeper of the light was growing tired. There is a touching legend about Plato's final night. It is said that he did not die in a dramatic agony or a final speech. He died at a wedding feast, or simply in his sleep, listening to a young girl playing the flute. The music was sweet, rhythmic, and mathematical. The Pythagorean harmony he had loved all his life. He closed his eyes, listening to the intervals of the notes, and simply slipped away to the place he had always believed in, the realm where the music never stops and the circles are always perfect. The broad shoulders finally relaxed. The man who had carried the weight of Socrates' death for 50 years put the burden down. When the sun rose over the academy the next morning, the silence was different. It wasn't the silence of study, it was the silence of absence. The god of the philosophers was dead. The students gathered, grief-stricken, feeling as though the roof of the world had been removed. They looked to the leadership, expecting the natural successor to step forward. They looked to the mind of the school. They looked to Aristotle. But in the private offices of the academy, a different decision had been made, a decision based on blood, not brain. The trustees of the school, perhaps wary of Aristotle's foreign status, perhaps uncomfortable with his criticisms of the forms, or perhaps simply following the ancient custom of nepotism, passed over the genius. They handed the keys of the academy to Speusippus, Plato's nephew. Speusippus was a decent man, but he was a dwarf standing on the shoulders of a giant. He was a mathematician who lacked Plato's poetry and Aristotle's power. Aristotle received the news with the stoic face of a man who has studied the logic of human folly. He did not rage. He did not burn down the library. He simply understood that his time in the garden was over. The vessel that had held him for 20 years had broken. He was 37 years old, in the prime of his intellectual life, and he was homeless once again. The reader packed his scrolls. He packed his specimens. He took his dissecting knives and his maps. He looked at the olive trees one last time, the trees where he had walked with the man he loved and fought, and he walked out of the gate. He did not go alone. Xenocrates, another brilliant student, went with him. They walked down the road to the harbor, leaving Athens behind. The downward gaze was leaving the city of the upward glance. The wrestling match was over, but the journey of science was just beginning. Aristotle was not retreating into retirement. He was going into the wild, He was about to invent the field of marine biology, and he was about to meet the only force in the world more powerful than a philosopher, a king. The ship awaits at Piraeus. The sails are hoisting. The wind is blowing from the north, smelling of salt and opportunity. Aristotle stands on the deck, looking not back at the Acropolis, but forward, toward the jagged coast of Asia Minor. He is done being a student. He is about to become the master of a new kind of world, a world of hermit crabs, lagoons, and eventually a young prince with golden hair and a terrifying ambition. The mind is moving. The death of a mind that has held up the sky for half a century is not merely a biological event. It is a structural failure in the architecture of the world, a sudden removal of a load-bearing pillar that leaves the survivors staring nervously at the ceiling, wondering if it will hold. In 347 BC, the inevitable collapse occurred. The swan of Athens sang its final note. There is a beautiful, ancient legend that Socrates, the night before he met the young Plato, dreamed that a baby swan flew down from the altar of Eros, sat on his lap, and then flew up into the heavens, singing a song so powerful it enchanted both men and gods. The next day, when Plato walked into the gymnasium, Socrates looked at his broad chest and intense eyes and whispered, "Behold the swan." Now that bird was preparing to migrate permanently to the realm of the forms. Plato was 80 years old, a staggering age in a time when a simple infection could kill a man of 30. He had outlived his teachers, his rivals, and many of his students. He had seen the rise and fall of Spartan hegemony, the collapse of Athenian power, and the terrifying rise of Macedonia in the north. His final days were not spent in the frantic scribbling of new theories, but in the quiet polishing of the old ones, a setting of the house in order. The historical accounts of his actual moment of death vary, but they all share a texture of profound peace, a sharp contrast to the hemlock-induced coldness of Socrates' end. The most poignant version tells us that Plato died at a wedding feast. Picture the scene. The noise of the celebration, the smell of roasted meat and heavy wine, the laughter of young people just beginning their lives. In the midst of this chaotic affirmation of the physical world, the very world Plato had spent his life trying to transcend, the old philosopher felt a weariness settle into his bones. He excused himself and went to lie down in a quiet room nearby. As he drifted off, a Thracian slave girl was playing a flute in the courtyard. The notes were simple, rhythmic, and mathematical, a vibration of air obeying the strict laws of ratio that the Pythagoreans worshipped. It is said that Plato's final conscious act was to tap his finger against his chest, keeping time with the music, his soul aligning with the harmony of the universe one last time before slipping out the back door of reality. He did not wake up. The guests continued to dance, unaware that the man who had defined the nature of the soul had just become one. The funeral was a solemn, strictly Athenian affair. He was buried on the grounds of the academy, the earth receiving the man who had tried so hard to leave it. The entire city, even those who had mocked his high-mindedness, felt the tremor. But for the students, the grief was quickly replaced by a sharp, anxious question. Who is next? In the ancient world, a philosophical school was not just a collection of thinkers. It was a dynasty. The throne of the academy was empty. All eyes naturally turned to the man who had been the mind of the school for 20 years. Aristotle was 37, at the absolute peak of his intellectual powers. He had written dialogues that rivaled Plato's in beauty, though most are lost to us now. He had categorized the logic of argumentation. He had begun the massive project of biological classification. He was, by any meritocratic standard, the obvious successor. He was the giant standing among children. But Aristotle had two fatal flaws, neither of which had anything to do with his brain. First, he was a metic, a resident alien. Under Athenian law, a foreigner could not own property, since the academy was legally a piece of real estate, a garden and a gymnasium. Aristotle literally could not hold the deed. He could be the mind, but he could not be the landlord. Second, and perhaps more damaging, was the theological divide. The core, inner circle of the academy had become increasingly obsessed with the mathematical interpretation of the forms, turning philosophy into a sort of number mysticism. Aristotle, with his dissecting knives and his obsession with substance, was seen as a dangerous heretic, a man who was muddying the pure waters of geometry with the blood of biology. And so, the trustees of the school made their choice. They chose Speusippus. He was Plato's nephew, a man of unimpeachable bloodline and safe, orthodox opinions. Speusippus was a competent mathematician, a decent administrator, and utterly uninspired. He was the safe pair of hands, the bureaucrat who would keep the lights on but would never set the world on fire. He believed that the good was not the one, but simply a process of evolution, a dry, technical distinction that bored everyone except the most die-hard Pythagorean cultists. When the announcement was made, likely in a formal meeting under the plane trees where they had all studied together, the silence must have been excruciating. Aristotle, the reader, the colt, the man who had debated Plato toe to toe, was being told that he was not wanted. It was a rejection of the highest order. It was Athens saying to Macedonia, "You are not one of us." It was the sky rejecting the earth. We must pause to appreciate the emotional discipline of Aristotle in this moment. A lesser man would have caused a scene. He could have split the school, taking half the students with him right then and there. He could have unleashed his formidable rhetorical skills to destroy Speusippus in a public debate, humiliating the nephew and seizing the crown by force of intellect. But Aristotle did none of these things. He possessed a quality he would later describe in his Nicomachean Ethics as greatness of soul, megalopsychia, the ability to bear both good and bad fortune with a slow, dignified rhythm. He understood the law. He understood the loyalty to blood. And perhaps, deep down, he understood that he needed to leave. He had spent 2 decades in the shadow of the giant. If he stayed, he would always be Plato's student. To become Aristotle, he had to go where Plato's ghost could not follow. The departure was swift, but not hasty. It was an organized migration of the intellect. Aristotle did not leave alone. He took with him Xenocrates, another senior member of the academy, who was likely disgusted by the choice of Speusippus. Xenocrates was a slow, heavy thinker. Plato had once joked that while Aristotle needed the spur, Xenocrates needed the donkey whip. But he was loyal and honest. Together, the genius and the plodder packed their libraries. Imagine the scene of packing, the rolling of hundreds of papyrus scrolls, the crating of delicate biological specimens, the boxing of mathematical instruments. It was the dismantling of a life. Aristotle looked at the lecture circle, the dust still settling from the funeral, and turned his back on the academy. He walked out of the Dipylon gate, past the graves of the ancestors he was not related to, and down to the harbor of Piraeus. He was leaving Athens, the city of light, for the wild, rugged coast of Asia Minor. He was heading to the court of Hermias, the tyrant of Atanius, a former student of the academy who had carved out a little kingdom across the Aegean. It was a step into the unknown. Aristotle was no longer a student. He was a master without a school, a philosopher without a city. As the ship pulled away, churning the dark water, Aristotle might have looked at the receding shoreline and realized that the wrestling match with Plato was not over. It had just changed venues. Plato was dead, but his ideas were still ruling the academy. To defeat them, or rather, to complete them, Aristotle would have to build something new. He would have to build a philosophy that worked in the mud, in the lagoons, and in the courts of kings. The swan had flown to heaven, but the eagle was just learning how to hunt. The wind filled the square sail, pushing the vessel east toward the rising sun and the biology of the sea. The transition was complete. The golden age of Athens was behind him. The age of empire was waiting ahead. The ship that carried the exiled philosopher did not sail into emptiness. It sailed into the arms of a ghost from the past. Aristotle landed on the coast of Asia Minor, in the city of Assos, where he was welcomed by Hermias, the tyrant of Ateneus. Hermias was a fascinating figure. A former slave who had risen to power, a man with a crooked back but a straight mind, who had once studied at the academy. He greeted Aristotle not as a refugee, but as a luminary. For a brief shining moment, it seemed that Plato's dream of the philosopher king might actually work here, on the edges of the Persian Empire. Hermias gave Aristotle a city, a salary, and eventually the hand of his niece, Pythias, in marriage. It was the happiest period of Aristotle's personal life. He was no longer the reader in a lonely room. He was a husband, a political advisor, and a leader of his own small circle of thinkers. But the true revolution of this period did not happen in the palace of Assos. It happened when Aristotle crossed the narrow channel of water to the neighboring island of Lesbos. He settled near the town of Pyrrha, located on the edge of a massive, calm lagoon that cut deep into the center of the island. This lagoon, the Gulf of Coloni, is still there today, a tranquil sheet of glass reflecting the olive groves and the sky. It was here, in the mud and the salt water, that Aristotle invented the future. He was joined by a local man named Theophrastus, a native of Lesbos who possessed a genius for plants that rivaled Aristotle's genius for animals. Together, they formed the most formidable scientific team in history. They divided the natural world between them. Theophrastus took the green, botany, and Aristotle took the moving, zoology. They turned the island into a laboratory. Imagine the scene, cinematic and strange. The man who would define Western logic, the man whose books would be read by popes and emperors for 2,000 years, is standing knee-deep in a muddy lagoon, his fine tunic tucked into his belt, holding a bucket. He is not looking up at the eternal forms. He is staring intently at a hermit crab. To the average Greek, this was madness. Why look at a crab? A crab is food or a nuisance. It has no honor, no rhetoric, no geometry. But Aristotle saw something else. He saw a problem to be solved. He picked up the crab, what he called the karkinion, and examined it with a level of detail that borders on the obsessive. He noted that the hermit crab has no shell of its own, so it must steal one. He noted that the right claw is always larger than the left. He noted the way it curled its soft, vulnerable abdomen into the spiral of the borrowed shell. He asked the question that Plato never asked. Why? Why is the right claw bigger? So it can block the entrance of the shell when it retreats. Why does it seek a shell? Because nature has not given it protection, so it must use its intelligence to find it. In the humble struggle of this tiny creature, Aristotle found the proof of his philosophy. The crab had a telos, a purpose. It wanted to live. It had a soul, not in the religious sense of a ghost, but in the biological sense of a life force that organized its matter to survive. The form was not in the sky. The form was in the claw. For 2 years, Aristotle waded through this lagoon. He was a detective at the crime scene of creation. He dissected sepia, cuttlefish, and realized that the male uses a specific tentacle to pass sperm to the female, a fact that was considered a myth until modern marine biologists confirmed it in the 19th century. He opened fertilized chicken eggs every day to watch the progression of the embryo, describing the heart as a bloody point that jumps like a living thing. He classified over 500 species of animals. He grouped the dolphins and whales, not with fish, but with mammals, because he saw they had lungs and nursed their young. He was seeing connections that were invisible to everyone else, because everyone else was too busy looking for truth, with a capital T, to notice the truth swimming around their ankles. The downward gaze was vindicated here. The lagoon taught Aristotle that matter was not evil or corrupt, as the extreme Platonists thought. Matter was the canvas of the soul. You cannot have a painting without paint. You cannot have a crab without the shell. The physical world was beautiful because it was intelligible. It made sense. But while Aristotle was finding order in the water, chaos was gathering on the land. The idyllic life in Lesbos and Assos was existing in the shadow of a giant, the Persian Empire. The great king of Persia, Artaxerxes III, was looking west, and he did not like independent-minded tyrants like Hermias making alliances with Macedonia. The tragedy struck with the sudden violence of a summer storm. In 341 BC, a Greek mercenary captain named Mentor, who was working for the Persians, invited Hermias to a peace conference. It was a trap. Hermias was seized, chained, and dragged to the Persian capital of Susa. There, he was tortured. The Persians wanted to know about his secret treaties with King Philip of Macedonia. They wanted him to betray his friends. Aristotle, back in the lagoon, or perhaps in his study in Assos, received the news with horror. His friend, his patron, the uncle of his wife, was in the hands of the torturers. He waited, helpless, for the inevitable end. The report that finally came back from Susa was legendary. When the great king asked Hermias one last time if he had anything to say before he was executed, Hermias straightened his crooked back and said, "Tell my friends and companions that I have done nothing unworthy of philosophy." It was a line that broke Aristotle's heart and solidified his resolve. Hermias had died like a true philosopher, brave, loyal, and rational to the end. Aristotle wrote a hymn in his honor, a poem praising virtue as the hardest hunt of all. But poetry would not stop the Persian army. The fall of Hermias meant that Aristotle was no longer safe in Asia Minor. The Persians knew who he was. They knew he was the friend of the executed traitor. The reader had to run again. He packed his specimens, the dried starfish, the sketches of the dogfish, the scrolls filled with the first descriptions of biology. He took his young wife, Pythias, and his friend Theophrastus. They boarded a boat and fled the islands, heading north. Aristotle was 42 years old. He had lost his father. He had lost Plato. And now he had lost his best friend. He was a wanderer once more, a genius without a home, carrying the weight of the entire natural world in his luggage. But fate, as if following the plot of a Greek tragedy, had one more destination for him. He was not going to fade into obscurity. He was being summoned. A message reached him from the rugged mountains of the north, from the city of Pella. It was from King Philip II of Macedonia, the most powerful and dangerous man in the Greek world. Philip didn't want a biologist. He didn't want a Platonist. He wanted a tutor. He had a son. A wild, terrifying, golden-haired boy of 13 who was frightening the palace staff with his energy. The king needed the smartest man in the world to tame the wildest horse in the world. Aristotle looked at the letter. He looked at his wife, at his scrolls, and at the horizon. He realized that the quiet days of the lagoon were over. He was about to trade the hermit crab for the lion. He was going to Macedonia. The journey north was a journey back into the blood and soil of his childhood. But the Macedonia Aristotle returned to was not the quiet backwater he had left as a boy. It was now a coiled spring, vibrating with the energy of a coming empire. As his carriage rattled over the rough stone roads leading to Pella, the air grew colder, sharper, smelling of pine forests, wet wool, and the iron tang of the armories. This was not Athens, with its endless debates and democratic delays. This was a land of kings, where decisions were made with a nod and enforced with a spear. The year was 343 BC. Aristotle was 43, a man of refined tastes, wearing the rings and elegant cloaks of a gentleman scholar, carrying the intellectual heritage of Plato and the biological secrets of the lagoon in his chest. He was arriving to take on the most dangerous employment contract in history. King Philip II, the one-eyed, battle-scarred architect of Macedonian power, had not summoned him for a friendly chat. Philip was a man who lived life at a shout. He drank deep, fought hard, and married often. He was the chaotic opposite of the golden mean. Yet he possessed a terrifyingly sharp political intelligence. He knew that his son, Alexander, was something rare and volatile, like a lightning bolt trapped in a bottle. He needed someone who could hold the bottle without shattering it. The meeting between the philosopher and the king must have been a study in contrasts. Picture the rough-hewn hall of the palace, the walls hung with the skins of lions and boars, the floor stained with the wine of the previous night's feast. Philip, perhaps nursing a wound from his latest campaign, looked at the delicate, lisping intellectual from Athens. But there was a bond of blood here. Aristotle's father had been the physician to Philip's father. They were guild brothers, in a sense. Philip didn't want a warrior to teach his son. He had plenty of generals for that. He wanted a mind. He famously told Aristotle, or is said to have written, "I do not thank the gods so much for the birth of this son, as that he was born in your time." It was the ultimate compliment. The king provided the biological material, but he trusted Aristotle to provide the form. The boy himself was 13 years old. Alexander was not yet the great, but he was already the impossible. He was small for his age, with a mane of golden hair that he swept back from his forehead, and eyes that were said to be two different colors, one dark as the earth, one blue as the sky, a physical manifestation of his dual nature. He was quick to anger, desperate for glory, and possessed a charisma that made grown men want to die for him. He was also terrifyingly smart. He didn't want to just learn. He wanted to conquer the curriculum. The task before Aristotle was monumental. He had seen Plato fail to tame the tyrant of Syracuse. He knew that you cannot turn a wolf into a vegetarian by reading it poetry. If he tried to force Alexander into the rigid box of the philosopher king, the boy would simply break the box. So Aristotle decided on a different strategy. He would not try to break the boy's spirit. He would try to aim it. To do this, they needed to leave the toxic atmosphere of Pella, with its scheming stepmothers and drunken generals. Philip assigned them a schoolhouse in the precinct of the Nymphaeum at Mieza, a village known as the Garden of the Nymphs. It was a paradise of caves, hanging ivy, and rushing springs, a natural classroom that echoed the groves of the academy, but wilder. Here, in the stone seats carved directly into the rock, which can still be seen by tourists today, the greatest mind of the age sat down with the greatest conqueror of the age. It was a meeting of the reader and the doer. Aristotle brought his library. He brought his maps. He brought the biological specimens from Lesbos. But the first lesson he lightly taught the young prince was the lesson of observation, the downward gaze. There is a famous story, often dated to this period, that perfectly illustrates the difference between the Macedonian brute force and the Aristotelian method. King Philip had been offered a massive, magnificent black horse named Bucephalus. The horse was wild, rearing and kicking, refusing to let anyone mount him. The generals tried to whip it. The grooms tried to rope it. Nothing worked. Philip, disgusted, ordered the useless beast taken away. But Alexander, watching from the sidelines, shouted that they were losing a great horse due to their own incompetence. Philip laughed, but allowed the boy to try. Alexander didn't use a whip. He had observed something the adults had missed. The horse was shying away from its own shadow, dancing on the ground. It was terrified of the dark shape moving beneath it. Alexander simply took the bridle and turned the horse toward the sun. The shadow vanished behind the beast. The horse calmed down. Alexander mounted it and rode into history. Aristotle, watching this, would have smiled. It was a triumph of observation over force. It was pure science. The boy had identified the cause, the shadow, and applied the cure, the sun. Aristotle realized that Alexander had the mind of a philosopher, even if he had the heart of a lion. This became the foundation of their curriculum. Aristotle did not teach him the dry, abstract geometry of Plato. He taught him things a king needed to know. He taught him politics, not the utopian republic, but the messy, real-world analysis of how to balance oligarchies and democracies. He taught him rhetoric, how to speak so that men would listen. He taught him botany and zoology, instilling in Alexander a lifelong curiosity for the natural world. Years later, while on campaign in India, Alexander would send rare animal specimens back to his old tutor in Athens. But the most important book in the school of Mieza was not a work of philosophy. It was a work of poetry. Aristotle saw that Alexander was obsessed with the idea of glory, with kleos. He couldn't stop the boy from wanting to be a hero, so So he gave him the best possible model. He gave him a copy of Homer's Iliad. Aristotle famously annotated this personal copy, editing it to be clear and precise. Alexander slept with this scroll and a dagger under his pillow for the rest of his life. Aristotle taught him to see Achilles not just as a killer, but as a man of deep, tragic emotion. A man who, in the end, finds his humanity by weeping with the father of his enemy. He tried to teach Alexander that a great soul, megalopsychia, is not just about conquering the world. It is about knowing why you are conquering it. The classroom at Mieza was not empty. Alexander was joined by the sons of the Macedonian nobility, boys who would one day become the generals who carved up the world. Hephaestion, the taller, handsome alter ego of the prince. Ptolemy, the clever survivor who would one day become a pharaoh. Cassander, the brooding schemer. Aristotle was teaching a class of future kings. The air in the caves must have been thick with the tension of potential energy. These boys were wolves playing at being puppies. Aristotle walked among them, the peripatetic teacher, lecturing while walking, trying to instill a code of ethics that would survive the bloodshed to come. He taught them the golden mean, that courage is the midpoint between cowardice and recklessness. He taught them that virtue is a habit, something you do, not just something you know. For 3 years, this fragile bubble existed. The philosopher poured his knowledge into the prince. It is one of history's great what-if scenarios. Did Aristotle succeed? Did he make Alexander wise? Or did he just make him a more efficient destroyer? Historians still argue whether Alexander's later policy of trying to merge Persian and Greek cultures was a result of Aristotle's teaching, finding the unity in things, or a rejection of Aristotle's more xenophobic view that Greeks were superior to barbarians. Perhaps it was both. Aristotle taught him to look at the world, and Alexander looked so hard, he decided he wanted to own it all. The idyll ended abruptly in 340 BC. King Philip went to war against Byzantium and summoned his 16-year-old son to serve as regent of Macedonia. The school bell rang for the last time. The books were packed away. Alexander traded his stylus for a sword and immediately rode out to crush a rebellion, naming the first city he conquered Alexandropolis. The lion was loose. Aristotle, his job done, looked at the empty stone seats of Mieza. He had armed the boy with logic, with Homer, and with the scientific method. He had shaped the mind that would shape the world. But Aristotle was not a man to linger in the past. With the prince gone to war, the tutor was free. It was time to go home. Athens was calling him back. The reader was ready to open his own library. The classroom at Mieza was now empty, the stone seats gathering damp moss. But the education of Alexander was far from over. It had simply moved from the seminar to the slaughterhouse. We must bridge the gap between the theory of the golden mean and the brutal reality of the spear point. The year is 338 BC. The location is the plain of Cheronea in central Greece. The lion is now 18 years old, and he is about to take his final exam. On one side of the field stands the combined army of Athens and Thebes, the last desperate defenders of Greek democracy, the very men who believe in the assembly and the vote. On the other side stands the Macedonian war machine, a grid of sarissa-wielding infantry moving with the terrifying, clicking precision of a giant insect. and leading the cavalry charge on the left wing is the student of Aristotle. It is a moment of profound tragic irony. Aristotle had taught Alexander that the Greeks were the only free people, superior to barbarians because they used reason, and now Alexander was using that superior reason to crush the Greeks. As the battle commenced, it wasn't a chaotic brawl, it was a geometry problem. Alexander saw the gap in the lines, the weakness in the argument, and he drove his wedge straight through it. The result was catastrophic for the old world. The sacred band of Thebes, an elite unit of 150 pairs of lovers who had sworn to die rather than retreat, was annihilated to the last man. The freedom of the Greeks, the very air that Socrates and Plato had breathed, died in the dust of that afternoon. Back in Pella, or perhaps already in transit, Aristotle received the news. We can only imagine the complexity of his emotions. His student had won. The logic of the phalanx, unified, disciplined, hierarchical, had defeated the chaos of the democracy. In a strictly Aristotelian sense, this was the triumph of superior form over inferior matter. But Aristotle was also a man who loved Athens. He had lived there for 20 years. He knew the men who had died on that field. The graduation of Alexander meant the enslavement of the city Aristotle called home. It was the ultimate proof that in the real world, the philosopher does not rule the king. The king rules the philosopher. This victory, however, changed everything for Aristotle's career. Athens was defeated, but it was not destroyed. Philip of Macedonia, in a display of calculated mercy, spared the city. But the terms of the peace were clear. Athens was now a subject ally of Macedonia. A pro-Macedonian government was installed. The anti-Macedonian orators, like Demosthenes, were silenced. Suddenly, the metic from the north, the man who had been passed over for the leadership of the academy because he was a foreigner, was the most politically connected intellectual in the world. He was the personal friend of the new masters of Greece. The doors of Athens, which had been politely closed to him, were now kicked open. Aristotle realized that the time for wandering was over. He was 50 years old. He had grey in his beard, a wife, a daughter, and a reputation that stretched from the Nile to the Danube. He had seen the world of the crab, the world of the court, and the world of war. He was ready to build his own fortress. He did not return to the academy. That was still Speusippus's territory, a place of ghosts and numbers. He needed a new space, a place that reflected his own philosophy, grounded, scientific, and open to the world. He packed his household. The return journey to Athens in 335 BC was very different from his arrival as a 17-year-old boy. He did not come as a supplicant. He came as a viceroy of wisdom. He brought with him a massive library, hundreds of scrolls he had collected or written. He brought his biological specimens, and most importantly, he brought a significant sum of Macedonian gold. The physician's son was going to establish the first research institute in history. But before he struck the first stone of his new school, there was a final parting of ways with Alexander. The king, for Philip was soon assassinated, and Alexander took the throne in 336 BC, was preparing to invade Persia. He was going to cross the Hellespont to conquer the world. Aristotle would not go with him. The teacher and the student had diverged. Alexander was obsessed with fusion, with becoming a god-king who merged East and West. Aristotle remained a staunch Greek culturalist. He famously advised Alexander to treat the Greeks as friends and family, and the barbarians as plants and animals. Alexander, having learned to look at the evidence, rejected this. He saw nobility in the Persians. The student had outgrown the teacher's prejudice. So, the eagle flew east and the owl flew south. Alexander went to burn Persepolis. Aristotle went to categorize it. They would never see each other again. Their relationship would continue only through letters and through the boxes of strange skins, bones, and seeds that Alexander would faithfully send back from the edges of the known world to his old tutor. "Here is the stag of India," the box would say. "Tell me how it works." Even in the midst of slaughter, the dialogue of science continued. Aristotle walked back into Athens, a city still nursing its wounds. He walked past the academy, likely pausing to remember the days of the upward glance. But he did not stop there. He continued to the northeast of the city, to a different gymnasium, a place dedicated to Apollo Lykios, Apollo, the wolf god. It was a place for wrestling, for military drill, and for walking. It was called the Lyceum. The ground here was different. It wasn't a secluded garden like the academy. It was a public space, bustling with energy. It had a covered walkway, a peripatos. Aristotle looked at the colonnade, providing shade from the harsh sun, and the open courtyard where young men trained their bodies. He saw the potential for a new kind of school, one not based on a secret brotherhood of mystics, but on a public exchange of facts. A school where you didn't sit and meditate, you walked and looked. He set up his chair, he unrolled his scrolls. He lightly placed a specimen jar on the table, perhaps a dried starfish or a dissected flower, as a statement of intent. The downward gaze had found its home. The academy had been the university of the sky. The Lyceum would be the university of the earth. The students began to gather, not just mathematicians, but historians, doctors, botanists, and politicians. They saw the man with the rings and the sharp eyes, the man who knew the mind of the conqueror, and they realized that a new age had begun. The era of the systemizer was here. The Lyceum was not merely a school. It was a statement of intent carved into the geography of Athens. If the academy was a sanctuary hidden in the olive groves, a place for the initiated to withdraw from the world, the Lyceum was a public thoroughfare, a place where the city's muscle and mind collided. Located just outside the Diacares gate, it was a gymnasium dedicated to Apollo Lykios, Apollo, the wolf slayer. This choice of patron deity was not accidental. While Plato worshipped the muses, the gentle goddesses of inspiration, Aristotle placed his students under the gaze of the wolf god, the protector of the herd, who keeps the predators at bay with sharp eyes and a sharper bow. It set a tone of vigilance. The downward gaze required the hunter's focus. The physical reality of the school was defined by Aristotle's legal status. As a metic, he could not buy the land. He could not build a temple to his own ego. He was forced to rent the buildings, likely leasing a few rooms and the use of the covered walkway, the peripatos, from the city or a sympathetic citizen. This lack of ownership gave the Lyceum a fundamentally different energy than the academy. It was not an estate. It was a project. It felt temporary, urgent, and kinetic. It was a pop-up university run by a man who knew that political winds could shift at any moment. Because he could not rely on the stability of the land, he relied on the stability of the system. The daily rhythm of the Lyceum was a revolution in education, Aristotle divided the day into two distinct shifts, recognizing that truth comes in different layers for different audiences. In the morning, he held the acroamatic lectures, from the Greek word for hearing. These were the advanced, intense sessions intended only for the inner circle of serious students. Walking briskly through the colonnades, the morning light cutting through the pillars, Aristotle would dive into the deepest waters of logic, physics, and metaphysics. Here, they dissected the nature of being qua being, the mechanics of the syllogism, and the structure of the cosmos. It was heavy lifting, mental athletics performed in a gymnasium. But in the evening, the gates were thrown open. Aristotle held the exoteric lectures, the outer discussions. These were for the public, for the curious citizens, the young politicians, and the merchants who wanted to learn rhetoric or basic ethics. The dandy of the academy became the professor of the Lyceum. We can picture him there, better dressed than any philosopher had a right to be, perhaps wearing his favorite rings, using his slight lisp not as a defect, but as a distinctive vocal signature, charming the crowd with his vast encyclopedic knowledge. He democratized philosophy, dragging it out of the mystic's cave and offering it to the man on the street. The rivalry with the academy was palpable, a silent war of methodology fought across the rooftops of Athens. The academy, now run by Xenocrates, who had succeeded Speusippus, had become increasingly mathematical and Pythagorean. They were turning away from the world. The Lyceum turned toward it. Aristotle began to assemble something the world had never seen: a museum. With the funds provided by his royal connections, some sources say Alexander ordered all hunters and fishermen in the empire to report interesting finds to Aristotle, though this is likely a mythic exaggeration of a smaller truth. The Lyceum began to fill with objects. Imagine walking into Aristotle's rented halls. Instead of bare walls or geometric diagrams, you would see maps of the known world pinned up. The first attempt to visualize the Earth's geography. You would see shelves lined with strange rocks, dried plants from Asia, and preserved bones. It was the first cabinet of curiosities. Aristotle believed that you could not understand the world just by thinking about it. You had to collect it. He encouraged his students to gather constitutions of cities, customs of barbarians, and parts of animals. The academy was a mind looking at itself in a mirror. The Lyceum was a mind looking out a window. This shift in focus required a new kind of language. Plato wrote dialogues, beautiful dramatic plays where characters argued until the truth emerged. They were works of art. Aristotle wrote treatises, lecture notes. The writings we have of Aristotle today are not polished books intended for publication. They are likely the cheat sheets he used while walking the colonnades, or the notes taken by his students. This is why reading Aristotle feels so different from reading Plato. Plato flows like poetry. Aristotle reads like a bulleted list. There are 3 kinds of soul. There are 4 causes. It is dry, terse, and incredibly efficient. It is the language of a man who doesn't have time to be pretty because he has too much to explain. The atmosphere of the Lyceum was also less reverent. In the academy, Plato was the master, a semi-divine figure. In the Lyceum, Aristotle was the senior researcher. He encouraged debate not as a spiritual exercise, but as a stress test for facts. If a student found a shell that contradicted Aristotle's theory, the theory had to change. This was the birth of peer review. There is a story that Aristotle, ever the empiricist, once stated that women have fewer teeth than men. It is a famous error, a moment where his prejudice overtook his observation. He likely never asked his wife, Pythias, to open her mouth so he could count. But in the culture of the Lyceum, such errors were eventually corrected by the very method he taught. He gave his students the tools to prove him wrong. As the sun set over the gymnasium and the wrestlers finished their practice in the dust of the courtyard, the peripatetics, the walkers, would continue their pacing. The image of the school of the wolf is one of constant motion. They walked because the world moves. They walked because a moving body stimulates a moving mind. And leading them was the man who had integrated the sky and the earth, the man who looked at a statue of Apollo and saw not just a god, but a metaphor for the light of reason hunting the darkness of ignorance. The academy had the ghost of Socrates. The Lyceum had the energy of the future. The empire of facts was being built, one specimen at a time. To understand the rhythm of the Lyceum, we must first understand the rhythm of the human body. In the academy, under the broad shade of the plane trees, philosophy was often a sedentary act. To study geometry, one must be still. The triangle drawn in the sand requires a steady hand and a fixed gaze. The forms of Plato were eternal and immovable, hanging in the heavens like fixed stars. And so the students of Plato mirrored this stillness, sitting in circles, their bodies quiet so their souls could travel. But Aristotle had rejected the static universe. He had embraced a world of becoming, a world where acorns become oaks, where embryos become animals, where distinct political constitutions devolve into tyranny or evolve into democracy. For Aristotle, reality was a process. It was kinetic. And so, the method of learning had to match the subject matter. You could not study a moving world while sitting on a stone bench. You had to move with it. This is the origin of the name that would stick to Aristotle's followers for centuries. The peripatetics. The word comes from peripatos, meaning a covered walkway or colonnade, but it also refers to the act of walking about. It was not merely a quirky habit of a restless man. It was a pedagogical philosophy in motion. Imagine the scene at the Lyceum at the height of the morning. The sun is beating down on the white dust of the gymnasium courtyard, where the athletes are grunting and wrestling, sweating in the heat. But along the perimeter, in the cool striped shadows of the colonnade, a different kind of exercise is taking place. Aristotle is leading the morning walk. He is moving at a brisk, purposeful pace, not the slow, meditative shuffle of a monk, but the energetic stride of a man on a mission. Flanking him, sometimes struggling to keep up, are his lieutenants, Theophrastus, the genius of plants, Eudemus, the historian of mathematics, and Aristoxenus, the theorist of music. Behind them trails a comet's tail of students, some scribbling notes on wax tablets as they walk, others leaning in to catch the master's words over the noise of the wrestlers nearby. There is a profound biological logic to this. Aristotle, ever the doctor's son, understood the connection between the blood and the brain. He knew that the act of walking pumps oxygen to the head, that the rhythm of the feet can drive the rhythm of the thought. When you sit, you can become trapped in a loop of circular logic. When you walk, you are constantly encountering new visual data, a shift in light, a passing face, a bird landing on a pillar. The world refreshes itself every second, preventing the mind from stagnating. The peripatetic method was a way of keeping philosophy grounded in the here and now. If Aristotle was explaining the nature of change, he could simply point to a cloud drifting past the columns or a lizard darting across the path. The lecture was not a monologue delivered from a high podium to a passive audience. It was a mobile investigation, a hunt for truth that moved physically through space. The structure of these walks was strictly hierarchical, reflecting Aristotle's obsession with order. The morning walks, the eos peripatos, were the esoteric sessions. These were not open to the public. These were for the initiated, the men who had already mastered the basics and were ready to wrestle with the heavy machinery of the universe. Here, the topics were dense and difficult: physics, metaphysics, and the excruciatingly complex rules of logic. Imagine the intensity of these conversations. Aristotle might be outlining the concept of the unmoved mover, the ultimate cause of all motion in the universe, while physically moving his own body through the colonnade. He would challenge Theophrastus on the definition of a specific plant species, or ask Eudemus to recite the history of geometry to find a precedent for a new theorem. It was a high-speed collision of giant intellects, fueled by the kinetic energy of the walk. There was no room for lazy thinking. If you couldn't keep up with the pace of the argument, you literally couldn't keep up with the group. Then, as the sun began to dip and the shadows stretched long across the gymnasium, the mood shifted. The evening walk, the Delinos Peripatos, began. The gates of the Lyceum were thrown open to the wider city. The esoteric rigidity melted into exoteric accessibility. The crowd swelled with young politicians, wealthy merchants' sons, and curious citizens who wanted to learn the art of living. Aristotle, changing his tone from the severe logician to the charismatic public intellectual, would lead a much larger, slower procession. The topics here were practical: rhetoric, how to speak well; politics, how to govern well; and ethics, how to live well. In these evening walks, Aristotle was the supreme teacher of the golden mean. He taught them that virtue is not an extreme asceticism, like the Cynics believed, nor a detached mysticism, like the Platonists believed. It was the middle way. Courage is the mean between cowardice and rashness. Generosity is the mean between stinginess and wastefulness. And the very act of walking demonstrated this balance. It was an activity, but not a frantic race. It was leisure, but not laziness. He taught them that happiness, eudaimonia, was not a feeling you get when you win the lottery. It was an activity of the soul in accordance with virtue. You couldn't just be happy. You had to do happy. You had to practice it, just as the wrestlers in the courtyard practiced their holds. We become just by doing just acts, he would say, pacing the stones. We become builders by building, and lyre players by playing the lyre. The physical space of the Peripatos became a character in the story. The colonnade provided shelter from the blistering Athenian sun and the winter rains, allowing the thinking to continue regardless of the elements. It was a controlled environment, open to the air, yet protected. This mirrored Aristotle's philosophy, open to the evidence of the world, yet protected by the roof of logic. The pillars themselves, rhythmic and orderly, provided a visual cadence to their thoughts. Aristoxenus, the musician of the group, likely appreciated this more than anyone. He argued that the soul was a kind of harmony of the body, just as music is the harmony of the lyre. As they walked past the rhythmic columns, the connection between math, music, and the soul must have felt tangible. But it was not just Aristotle talking. The genius of the Lyceum was that it was a collective enterprise. Theophrastus, the man Aristotle privately designated as his successor, walked by his side not as a subordinate, but as a partner in the great inventory. While Aristotle looked at the animals, Theophrastus looked at the flora growing around the gymnasium. He noticed the difference between the wild olive and the cultivated olive. He categorized the way leaves grew on the branch. If Plato's academy was a choir singing a single hymn to the One, the Lyceum was an orchestra playing a complex symphony of the many. Aristotle realized that one man, even a genius, could not know everything. The world was too big. You needed a historian for the math, a botanist for the plants, a musician for the theory. The peripatetic walk was the first moving research team. There was also a distinct social atmosphere to these walks, a camaraderie of the quest. In the academy, the bond was often erotic and mystical, sublimated into the hunt for truth. In the Lyceum, the bond felt more professional, yet deeply affectionate. They were friends in utility and friends in virtue. Aristotle wrote beautifully on friendship, calling it a single soul dwelling in two bodies. As they walked, debating the reproductive habits of bees or the best way to write a tragedy, they were forging a new kind of community, not a religious cult, but a republic of letters. They even organized monthly symposiums, not for debauchery, but for disciplined conversation, with Aristotle setting the rules for the drinking and the topics. He was the symposiarch, the ruler of the feast, ensuring that even their relaxation remained rational. As the years passed, the walkers became a fixture of Athenian life. The citizens would see the well-dressed Macedonian metic and his entourage pacing the colonnades, and they knew that the brain of the city had moved. It was no longer in the shadowed grove of Academe. It was here, in the public gym, amidst the sweat and the noise. The peripatos became a symbol of a philosophy that refused to sit still. It was a declaration that as long as the heart beats, the mind must move. The static perfection of the triangle was left behind for the messy, moving, breathing reality of the living organism. And as they walked, they were not just exercising their legs. They were laying the foundations for the organization of all human knowledge. The next step was to stop walking for a moment and start sorting. The library shelves were waiting as the peripatetics paced the colonnades, converting the kinetic energy of their steps into the static energy of thought. A quieter, dustier revolution was taking place in the rooms behind them. We must step out of the sun and into the shade, into a space that smelled of cedar oil, dried river reeds, and the sharp metallic tang of carbon ink. It is here, in the rented rooms of the Lyceum, that Aristotle constructed the first true external brain of the Western world. He built a library. To understand the magnitude of this, we must remember that before Aristotle, a library was usually just a wooden chest in a rich man's house, containing a few copies of Homer and perhaps a tragedy or two. Knowledge was personal. It lived in the memory. You learned the Iliad by heart. You learned the laws of Athens by listening to the heralds. But Aristotle was facing a crisis of abundance. The data flooding into the Lyceum was overwhelming. He had reports on the flooding of the Nile, diagrams of the internal organs of dogfish, histories of the constitutions of 158 different cities, theories on the motion of stars, and treatises on the nature of comedy. No single human memory, not even a mind as vast as Aristotle's, could hold it all. The oral tradition of Socrates, who refused to write anything down because he thought it killed the memory, was now obsolete. The sheer weight of the world required a new container. So the reader became the archivist. Aristotle began to organize the first systematic collection of books in Europe. We can imagine the visual chaos of the early days. Piles of papyrus rolls cluttering the tables, students tripping over maps, the sheer logistical nightmare of information management. Aristotle, with his doctor's instinct for anatomy, realized that knowledge, like a body, needed a skeleton. It needed a structure. You could not just pile the scrolls in a corner, you had to categorize them. This act of categorization is perhaps Aristotle's greatest invisible gift to us. Today, if you walk into a university or a bookstore, you see the world divided into departments: biology, physics, ethics, political science, poetry. We take this for granted. We assume that biology is naturally different from poetics. But in the ancient world, these lines were blurred. A pre-Socratic philosopher might write a poem about the atoms of the universe, mixing physics with meter. Plato mixed myth, math, and politics in the same dialogue. Aristotle took a knife to the whole tangled mess and sliced it into clean, distinct cuts of meat. He started with the foundation, logic. He called this the organon, meaning the instrument or tool. Before you can build a house, you need a hammer. Before you can build a science, you need logic. He taught his students how to construct a valid argument, how to spot a fallacy, and how to define terms. This was the mudroom of the library, the place where you wiped your boots and cleaned your mind before entering the house of knowledge. Then he divided the house into three great wings. First, the theoretical sciences, knowledge for its own sake. This included physics, the study of nature and movement, biology, the study of life, and the first philosophy, which we now call metaphysics, the study of existence itself. Second, the practical sciences, knowledge for the sake of doing. This was ethics, how to be a good man, and politics, how to be a good citizen. Third, the productive sciences, knowledge for the sake of making. This was poetics, how to write a play, and rhetoric, how to write a speech. Imagine the shelves of the Lyceum filling up according to this map. For the first time, a student could say, "I am studying physics," and know exactly where to look. Aristotle introduced the syllabos, a small tag of parchment or leather attached to the end of the scroll, hanging out like a tongue, bearing the title and the author. From this humble tag, we get our modern word, syllabus. It was a triumph of interface design. You didn't have to unroll 20 scrolls to find the one you wanted. You just read the tags. The chaos of the world was tamed by the order of the shelf. But this library was not just a storage locker. It was a factory. The books Aristotle wrote were not fixed, dead things. They were living texts. Scholars believe that many of the works we have today, like the Metaphysics or the Nicomachean Ethics, were actually lecture notes that were constantly revised. Imagine a scroll laid out on a table with wide margins. Aristotle would walk by, read a passage, realize he had found a new example or a better argument, and scratch a note in the margin. Later, a student would copy the scroll, incorporating the note into the main text. The library was a self-updating wiki of the ancient world. It grew, it changed, it corrected itself. The physical cost of this enterprise was staggering. Papyrus was imported from Egypt. It was expensive, sensitive to humidity, and loved by worms. A standard roll was about 20 feet long, enough for one book of a treatise. A long work like the Republic or the Politics would take up 10 or 12 rolls, requiring a bucket of leather caps to protect them. The Lyceum must have employed a small army of scribes, slaves, and junior students whose only job was to copy, repair, and catalogue. The air would have been filled with the scratching of reed pens and the smell of the glue used to paste the papyrus sheets together. This library became the external soul of the school. When Aristotle walked the Peripatos, he wasn't just relying on his own brain. He was backed up by the collective memory of the shelves. If a debate arose about the anatomy of the cuttlefish, he didn't have to argue from memory. He could say, "Fetch the scroll on the history of animals, Book 4. This grounded the Lyceum in facts. In the academy, you argued until you reached a definition. In the Lyceum, you argued until you checked the reference. Historians tell us a fascinating, almost thriller-like story about the fate of this library. The geographer Strabo, writing centuries later, claimed that Aristotle was the first man who collected books and taught the kings in Egypt how to arrange a library. This implies that the great library of Alexandria, the wonder of the ancient world, was directly inspired by Aristotle's personal collection. The system he invented in these rented rooms became the blueprint for the sum of all human knowledge. But there is a melancholy to this accumulation. Aristotle knew that books are fragile. Fire burns them, water rots them, ignorance ignores them. He was building a fortress of paper in a world of torches. Yet he persisted. He collected the proverbs of the common people. He collected the winners of the Olympic Games. He collected the theatrical records of the Athenian stage, the Didascalia, preserving the history of Greek drama. He was terrified of forgetting. He looked at the golden age of Athens fading in the rearview mirror, and he frantically tried to write it all down before the sun went down. In the quiet of the evening, after the students had gone and the exoteric lectures were finished, we can picture the reader sitting alone in his library. The lamp is flickering. The scrolls are stacked high around him, like the walls of a fortress. He unrolls a treatise on the heavens, his eyes scanning the columns of black text. He is 55 years old. The world outside is dangerous. Alexander is drinking himself to death in Babylon. The anti-Macedonian faction in Athens is sharpening its knives. But in here, in the smell of the cedar and the ink, there is order. A is A. The syllogism holds. The species are categorized. Aristotle had done what Plato thought impossible. He had taken the changing, decaying world and pinned it down with words, giving it a kind of immortality. He had built a mind that would outlast his own body. But the body, as Aristotle knew better than anyone, is a clock that never stops ticking. And the political time bomb in Athens was about to explode. The library shelves were filling with scrolls. But the ambition of the Lyceum extended far beyond mere book collecting. Aristotle was not content to simply record the world. He wanted to rank it. He looked at the chaos of existence, the slime of the riverbank, the moss on the stone, the slave in the mine, the king on the throne, the star in the sky, and he felt an overpowering need to organize it into a single vertical architecture. This was the birth of the Scala Naturae, the ladder of nature. a concept that would dominate the Western mind for 2,000 years, influencing everyone from medieval theologians to Charles Darwin. To understand this ladder, we must imagine Aristotle standing in his study, perhaps holding a piece of red coral in one hand and a dried sponge in the other. To the untrained eye, these were just sea stuff. But Aristotle saw a gradient of soul. He asked, "How alive is this?" At the bottom of his ladder, he placed inanimate matter, rocks, dirt, water. These things existed, but they did not live. They had no soul, psyche. One step up, he placed the plants. He argued that they possessed a nutritive soul. They could grow, they could consume food, and they could reproduce, but they could not feel. They lived in a silent, numb world of pure growth. Next came the animals. They possessed the nutritive soul, but added a sensitive soul. They could feel pain and pleasure. They could desire. They could move. The sponge was the bridge. It looked like a plant, but reacted like an animal. The dog was higher than the worm because its senses were sharper. Then, at the very top of the biological realm, stood man. We shared the growth of the plants and the desires of the animals, but we possessed the unique rational soul. We could think, we could look at the ladder and understand it, and finally, far above the physical ladder, in the realm of the eternal, was the unmoved mover, pure thought, pure form, God. This was not just a list, it was a cosmic hierarchy. It gave every single thing in the universe a rank and a station. It explained why it was right for men to eat plants, the higher consumes the lower, and why it was right for reason to rule emotion. The systemizer had turned the messy ecosystem into a structured kingdom. But Aristotle's genius was that he didn't just guess at these rankings. He did the work. The sheer volume of biological data he processed is staggering. He described the chambered stomach of the ruminants, cows and sheep. He noticed that sharks give birth to live young, unlike other fish that lay eggs, a fact that earned him ridicule until modern science vindicated him. He described the dance of the bees and the hierarchy of the hive. He was particularly fascinated by the borderlands, the creatures that didn't fit neatly into the boxes. The bat, was it a bird or a mouse? The seal, was it a fish or a beast? He loved these dualizers because they proved that nature was a continuous, unbroken chain, not a set of disconnected islands. Nature proceeds little by little from things lifeless to animal life, he wrote, in such a way that it is impossible to determine the exact line of demarcation. The scale of this operation suggests that the Lyceum was receiving data from the edges of the known world. The most persistent legend is that Alexander the Great, while marching through the Hindu Kush or the jungles of India, ordered his gamekeepers and soldiers to send specimens back to his old tutor. While we have no receipts for one elephant skull shipped to Athens, the descriptions of Asian elephants and camels in Aristotle's works suggest that the conqueror and the biologist were still collaborating across the miles. Alexander was conquering the world. Aristotle was cataloging it. But the ladder of nature did not stop at biology. Aristotle, with his relentless consistency, applied the exact same method to human society. If you could dissect a dogfish to see how it works, why couldn't you dissect a government? In a project of massive big data proportions, Aristotle assigned his students to collect the constitutional histories of 158 different city-states. They gathered the laws of the Spartans, the Cretans, the Carthaginians, and the Athenians. They looked at how they voted, how they judged, and how they collapsed. This was the birth of political science. Plato, in his Republic, had sat in a room and dreamed up the perfect state, a utopia that existed nowhere. Aristotle looked at the 158 states that actually existed and asked, which one works? He treated the city, polis, as a living organism. A city could be healthy, stable, just, or diseased, tumultuous, tyrannical. He classified governments based on two simple questions: who rules and for whom do they rule? If one man rules for the good of all, it is a monarchy, healthy. If one man rules for his own benefit, it becomes a tyranny, diseased. If a few superior men rule for the good of all, it is an aristocracy, healthy. If a few rich men rule for their own benefit, it becomes an oligarchy, diseased. If the many rule for the good of all, it is a polity, healthy. If the many rule for the benefit of the poor mob, it becomes a democracy, diseased. It is shocking to modern ears to hear Aristotle classify democracy as a diseased form of government. But we must remember his context. He had seen the Athenian democracy kill Socrates. He viewed unbridled democracy as mob rule, a chaos where the loudest shout wins. His preferred system was the polity, a mixed government, a sturdy middle-class state where the law ruled supreme, balanced between the rich and the poor. He was looking for the golden mean in politics, just as he looked for it in ethics. The Politics of Aristotle is a handbook for realism. He advises tyrants on how to stay in power by lopping off the tall poppies and keeping the people busy. Not because he likes tyrants, but because he is a scientist describing the behavior of a predator. He admits that the best state is often impossible, so we must settle for the best possible state. It is a shrug of the shoulders compared to Plato's raised fist. Plato said, "We must build heaven on earth." Aristotle said, "We must fix the sewer system and make sure the judges aren't bribed." This categorization effort, covering everything from the stomach of a snail to the constitution of Carthage, marks the moment when the Western mind decided that the world was knowable. It wasn't a mystery ruled by capricious gods. It was a puzzle with pieces that fit together. If you looked hard enough, you could find the pattern. The downward gaze was not looking at the dirt. It was looking at the structure inside the dirt. As the years in the Lyceum passed, the walls became covered in lists, the tables piled with specimens, and the scrolls filled with definitions. The system was nearly complete. Aristotle had told us what things were. He had told us how they were ranked. But there was one final, crucial question remaining. The question that haunts every human life, whether you are a king or a slave. Now that I know what I am, how should I live? The biologist had to become the moralist. The man who categorized the animals had to explain to the rational animal how to be happy. The sun hangs low over the Lyceum, casting long rhythmic shadows through the colonnade, and the air turns cool as the day's heat dissipates. Aristotle walks slowly now, his hands clasped behind his back, followed by a smaller, intimate group of listeners. Among them is a young boy, perhaps his son, Nicomachus, named after the grandfather who had served kings. It is for this boy, and for the generation he represents, that Aristotle begins to dictate the most famous guide to human happiness ever written, the Nicomachean Ethics. He has spent years looking at the stars, the governments, and the clams. But now he turns his gaze to the mirror. He asks the question that keeps the ambitious awake at night. What is the point of it all? What is the telos of a human life? Plato, his old master, had a ready answer. He would have pointed up to the sky and said, "To know the form of the good." To Plato, goodness was a mystical object, like a glowing sun that you had to stare at until you were blinded to earthly things. Aristotle, the man of the downward gaze, shook his head. He looked at the boy and thought, "That is too high. A carpenter cannot build a chair by looking at the form of the good. A doctor cannot cure a fever by contemplating absolute virtue. We need a goodness that works here, on the ground, in the mess of traffic and taxes." He begins with a word that is often mistranslated, eudaimonia. We translate it as happiness, but to the modern ear, happiness sounds like a mood, a fleeting feeling you get when you eat a good meal or hear a joke. To Aristotle, eudaimonia was not a mood. It was an activity. It meant flourishing. It was the state of a rose when it is fully bloomed, or a racehorse when it is running at full speed. It was the feeling of a creature doing exactly what it was designed to do. He asked, "What is the function of a human?" It isn't just to grow, plants do that. It isn't just to feel, cows do that. The unique function of a human is to use reason. Therefore, happiness is activity of the soul in accordance with virtue. You cannot be happy while you are asleep. You cannot be happy by accident. You have to do it. But how? Aristotle offers an image that is pure, practical geometry. The archer. Imagine a target. The bullseye is virtue, the perfect response to a situation. To hit the bullseye is difficult. You can miss in two ways. You can overshoot the mark, or you can undershoot it. Evil is not a separate force. Evil is just missing the target. This is the doctrine of the golden mean. Aristotle walks his students through the gallery of human emotions, applying this simple, devastating logic to every feeling. Take fear. If you have too much fear, you are a coward. That is a deficiency. If you have absolutely no fear, you are rash. You are the fool who jumps off a cliff to prove he can fly. That is an excess. But the man who feels the right amount of fear for the right reason at the right time, he is courageous. Courage is the mean. Take money. If you hoard every penny, you are stingy. If you throw gold at everyone you meet, you are wasteful. The mean is generosity. Take humor. And here, Aristotle likely smiled at the stiff-lipped Stoics or the rowdy drunkards of Athens. The man who can never take a joke is a bore. The man who mocks everything and cannot be serious is a buffoon. The mean is the witty man, the one who knows how to laugh with grace. It sounds simple, almost like a recipe. Just add a pinch of fear and a cup of confidence, and you get bravery. But Aristotle warns them. It is hard to be good. The target is small, and the field is windy. The mean is not a mathematical average. It is relative to the person. The amount of food that is moderate for a wrestler is gluttony for a philosopher. You have to figure it out for yourself, using your practical wisdom. Phronesis. And here is the most reassuring and terrifying part of his teaching. You don't get it by reading a book. You get it by doing it. We are what we repeatedly do, he argues, a sentiment famously summarized by historians later. Excellence, then, is not an act, but a habit. You become a builder by building houses. You become a harpist by playing the harp, and you become just by doing just acts. At first, it feels fake. You force yourself to be brave when you are scared. You force yourself to share your lunch when you are hungry. It feels like acting, but eventually, the muscle of the soul grows strong. The habit sets in. You do the right thing without thinking, just as an expert archer draws the bow without looking at his hands. That effortless flow is eudaimonia. There is a profound gentleness in this philosophy. It accepts human nature. It doesn't demand that we become angels or monks. It admits that we need external goods to be happy. Aristotle pragmatically notes that it is very hard to be virtuous if you are starving, ugly, or friendless. He admits that luck plays a part. He is the philosopher of the good enough. While Plato is screaming for perfection from the mountaintop, Aristotle is standing in the valley saying, just try to hit the target, and if you miss, adjust your aim and shoot again. He devotes 2 entire books of the ethics to the subject of friendship. It is the crown jewel of the good life. He categorizes friends just like he categorized clams. There are friends of utility, business partners who need each other. There are friends of pleasure, drinking buddies who enjoy the same jokes. These are fragile. When the usefulness or the fun ends, the friendship dies. But then there is the friend of virtue. This is the person who loves you, not for what you have, or how funny you are, but for who you are. This friend acts as a second self. When you look at them, you see the best part of yourself reflected. No one would choose to live without friends, he writes, even if he had all other goods. It is a stunning admission from a man of intellect that the brain is not enough. The heart must also have a home. As the scroll of the ethics is rolled up, the evening air in the Lyceum feels charged with a quiet resolve. The students are not just learning definitions. They are being given a manual for living in a broken world. They are being told that they have the power to shape their own souls, stroke by stroke, habit by habit. They are being treated as adults. But outside the sanctuary of the colonnade, the world was failing to find its mean. The rashness of Alexander was pushing the empire to the breaking point. The cowardice of the Athenian politicians was turning into resentment. The balance was tipping. Far away in Babylon, the student who had conquered the world was drinking heavily, grieving the death of his lover Hephaestion, and spiraling into a paranoia that no golden mean could cure. The tension of the bow was becoming too great. The string was about to snap. Aristotle, now 62 years old, must have felt the tremors. He had built a system that explained everything: the stars, the animals, the state, and the soul. He had pinned reality to the mat. But history is not a wrestling match you can win. It is a river you have to survive. The news was coming from the east, carried by exhausted messengers riding horses into the ground. The news that would turn the friends of Athens into a lynch mob. The king was dead, and the wolf was at the door. The summer of 323 BC descended on the world like a fever. In the distant, shimmering heat of Babylon, in a palace that smelled of incense and sickness, the heartbeat of the world stopped. Alexander the Great, the student of Mieza, the Tamer of Bucephalus, the man who had tied the Gordian knot of East and West, lay dead at the age of 32. He had conquered the known world, but could not conquer a mosquito bite or a cup of bad wine. His generals, the wolves, who had sat in the caves with Aristotle, stood around the body in stunned silence, terrified by the vacuum he left behind. When asked on his deathbed to whom he left his empire, Alexander had whispered, to the strongest. It was the final rejection of Aristotle's logic. He did not leave it to the wisest or the most virtuous or the most legitimate. He left it to the violent. The golden mean was dead. The age of the sword had returned. News in the ancient world traveled at the speed of a horse's gallop, but the rumors moved faster, carried on the wind of wishful thinking. When the first reports reached Athens, whispers from sailors docking at Piraeus, the city hesitated. Could it be true? The man who was half god, the man who had crushed Thebes, the invincible boy, was he really just meat? Demosthenes, the great orator and enemy of Macedonia, initially scoffed, saying that if Alexander were dead, the whole world would smell the corpse. But as the days passed and the official couriers arrived wearing black, the truth settled over Athens like a sudden drop in pressure before a hurricane. The king was dead. The leash was cut. For 24 hours, there was a strange calm. Then, the explosion happened. The Lamian War began not with a battle, but with a shout of joy in the marketplace. The statue of peace was toppled. The Macedonian garrison was jeered. The pro-Macedonian politicians went into hiding. The hatred that had been bottled up for 13 years, fermenting under the heavy lid of Alexander's power, burst forth. Athens declared itself free. It declared war on Antipater, the Macedonian regent, and inevitably it turned its eyes toward the tall, elegant foreigner pacing the colonnades of the Lyceum. Aristotle must have felt the shift in the air immediately. He was not a fool. He was the author of the politics. He knew that revolutions always need scapegoats, and he was the perfect candidate. He was the Macedonian spy. He was the man who had whispered in the ear of the monster. He was the close friend of Antipater, the man every Athenian patriot wanted to kill. The fact that Aristotle had been estranged from Alexander for years, or that he had criticized the king's adoption of Persian customs, didn't matter. To the mob, he was the symbol of the occupation. The Lyceum, once a protected sanctuary of science, suddenly looked like a target. The attack came in the classic Athenian style, not with a knife in the dark, but with a lawsuit. They could not charge him with being Macedonian because he had lived there legally for years. They could not charge him with being smart. So, they reached for the oldest, deadliest weapon in the Athenian legal arsenal, the same weapon that had killed Socrates, Asabeia, impiety. The accuser was Eurymedon the Hierophant, a high priest of the Eleusinian mysteries, a man whose family had managed the sacred rites of Demeter for centuries. He was the voice of the old gods, attacking the man of the new science. The specific charge was fiendishly clever. They accused Aristotle of blasphemy, claiming that the hymn he had written years ago for his tortured friend Hermias, the Paean to Virtue, was actually a religious hymn intended for a god. By singing it to a mortal man, Aristotle had committed sacrilege. He had lowered the gods to the level of humans. It was a trumped-up, technical triviality, a legalistic loop knot meant to hang a giant. But in the overheated atmosphere of 323 BC, it was a death sentence. The jury would not be listening to the meter of the poem. They would be listening to their own anger at the food shortages, the lost wars, and the humiliation of Macedonian rule. They wanted blood. They wanted to see the man who claimed to know everything beg for his life. Aristotle sat in his library, the indictment likely lying on the table next to his specimens. We can imagine the silence of the room, contrasting with the shouting that was beginning to rise from the gymnasium outside. He was 62 years old. His stomach was ailing. He had suffered from digestive issues for years. He looked at his work, the hundreds of scrolls, the dried plants, the maps of the earth, the categorization of the soul. He had spent his life trying to bring order to chaos. Now, chaos was knocking at the door. He had a choice. He could stay. He could pull a Socrates. He could stand in the trial, use his supreme rhetorical skills to dismantle Eurymedon's arguments, embarrass the city, and then drink the hemlock with stoic dignity. It would be the ultimate philosophical mic drop. It would cement his legend as a martyr for truth. The script was written. He just had to walk onto the stage. But Aristotle was not Socrates. Socrates was an Athenian citizen who believed the laws of the city were his parents. To disobey them was to sin. Aristotle was a metic, a guest. He owed Athens his rent, not his life. Socrates believed that death was a great adventure, a release of the soul. Aristotle believed that death was the end of the organism, the cessation of the senses, a biological failure. He was a realist. He liked being alive. He liked looking at the sun and the sea. And perhaps most importantly, he possessed a deep, scathing historical memory. He remembered 399 BC. He remembered the tears of Plato. He remembered how the city had shamed itself by killing its wisest man. He looked at the indictment and famously remarked to his friends, "I will not allow the Athenians to sin twice against philosophy." It was a brilliant line, a final, cutting insult wrapped in a moral high ground. He was not fleeing out of cowardice. He was fleeing to save Athens from its own stupidity. He was denying them the satisfaction of a second tragedy. He would not give them a martyr. He would give them an empty room. The decision was made. The system could not save him, so the legs would have to. He summoned his circle, Theophrastus, the loyal botanist, Pythias, his daughter. His wife had died years before, and Hyppilis, his mistress and companion. The packing began. This was not the orderly migration of 347 BC, nor the hopeful journey to Macedonia. This was an evacuation. They couldn't take the library. They couldn't take the specimens. The great collection, the cabinet of the world, had to be left behind, entrusted to Theophrastus. Aristotle was leaving his life's work in the hands of his student, hoping that the mob would burn the man, but spare the books. He walked out of the Lyceum for the last time. He did not look back at the colonnade where he had defined the golden mean. He did not look at the wrestling ground where he had taught the boys about virtue. He headed for the harbor, but not to Piraeus, which was too public. He likely took a smaller boat, slipping away in the grey light of dawn, moving like a shadow across the water he had studied so closely. He was heading for Chalcis, on the island of Euboea, to an old family estate he had inherited from his mother. It was a quiet place, far from the shouting of the assembly. The wolf had escaped the trap, but as the coast of Attica faded into the mist, Aristotle must have felt the crushing weight of the failure. He had taught reason, and the world had chosen rage. He had taught balance, and the world had chosen extremism. The master of those who know was now just an old man on a boat, watching the waves and wondering if any of it, the logic, the biology, the ethics, had made a difference. The downward gaze was now fixed on the dark, churning water, the element that has no memory and keeps no shape. The final destination of the mind of the school was not a palace or a famous city, but a quiet, wind-battered house on the island of Euboea. Chalcis was the hometown of Aristotle's mother, and the estate he fled to was likely the place where he had spent holidays as a boy, a place of ghosts and family memories. The year was 322 BC. The noise of the Athenian mob had been replaced by the rhythmic, confusing roar of the Euripus Strait, a narrow channel of water that separates the island from the mainland. This stretch of water is famous for a hydrological anomaly. The current switches direction up to 7 times a day, swirling and churning with a violent unpredictability that defied the clean logic of the Lyceum. It was a fitting backdrop for the end of the great systemizer. The man who had explained the stars and the sea urchins now sat by a window, watching a body of water that refused to follow the rules. There is a persistent, romantic legend, likely invented by later Byzantine scholars, that Aristotle was so maddened by his inability to explain the tides of the Euripus that he threw himself into the water and drowned, shouting, "Since Aristotle cannot grasp the Euripus, let the Euripus grasp Aristotle." It is a dramatic image, the ultimate surrender of the intellect to the chaos of nature. But the truth, as Aristotle would have preferred it, was more biological and mundane. He was not killed by a mystery. He was killed by a stomach ailment, likely a cancer or a chronic ulcer that had plagued him for years. The realist was dying because his body, the very matter he had defended against Plato's insults, was breaking down. The atmosphere of this final exile was heavy with melancholy. Aristotle was 62, separated from his library, his students, and his life's work. He was a man of conversation, a social animal, now condemned to the silence of a country house. We can imagine him walking the perimeter of the garden, leaning heavily on a cane, looking across the channel towards the hazy outline of Attica. He must have wondered if Theophrastus had managed to save the scrolls. He must have wondered if the Lyceum had been torched. The uncertainty was a torment for a man who craved definitions. But even in this twilight, the machinery of his mind did not stop. He turned his attention to the one thing he could still control, his legacy. We possess the text of Aristotle's last will and testament, preserved by the historian Diogenes Laertius. It is one of the most touching documents in the history of philosophy. A piece of paper that reveals the heart beating beneath the ribs of the logician. It is not the will of a bitter exile. It is the will of a man who loved deeply and responsibly. He asks to be buried next to the bones of his first wife, Pythias, as she requested. Even though he had remarried or taken a companion, he honored the memory of his first love, the niece of the tortured Hermias. He provides generously for Herpyllis, his current partner, and the mother of his son. He writes, "Let the executors pay attention to Herpyllis, because she has been good to me." He leaves her money, silver vessels, and the choice of staying in the house in Chalcis or moving to his father's house in Stagira. He treats her not as a dependent, but as a respected partner. He provides for his children, Nicomachus and Pythias, ensuring they have guardians and dowries. And then, the most striking clause, he orders the emancipation of his slaves. "None of the servants who waited upon me shall be sold," he writes, "but they shall be employed, and when they arrive at the proper age, they shall have their freedom." In the Politics, Aristotle had infamously defended slavery as natural, arguing that some men were born to be tools. Yet, at the end of his life, facing the great equalizer of death, he acted with a humanity that transcended his own theory. He set them free. It was a final, quiet admission that perhaps the ladder of nature wasn't as rigid as he thought. As the summer turned to autumn, the pain in his abdomen worsened. The man who had dissected so many creatures knew exactly what was happening. The nutritive soul, the biological engine that powers growth and digestion, was failing. The sensitive soul was retreating. Soon only the rational soul would remain, and then that too would vanish like smoke. There were no hemlock cups here, no dramatic speeches to weeping disciples, no rooster sacrificed to Asclepius. There was just the slow, grinding withdrawal of life. One can imagine him lying in bed, listening to the rushing water of the Euripus. Did he think of Plato? Did he think of the young, golden-haired Alexander? Did he think of the crab in the lagoon? Perhaps in those final hours, the conflict between the upward glance and the downward gaze finally resolved itself. He realized that the sky and the earth were not enemies. They were just two different views from the same window. Aristotle died in October 322 BC. He passed away quietly, a scientist observing his own extinction. The mind finally stopped moving. The news traveled slowly back to Athens. When it arrived, the reaction was not the grief that had followed Plato's death, but a complex mix of relief and shame. The city had driven away its greatest resident, and now he was gone forever. Theophrastus, who was now running the Lyceum in the dangerous political vacuum, likely gathered the students in the colonnade. He would have announced the death of the master, not with a hymn, but with a eulogy of facts. He lived 62 years. He wrote 150 treatises. He defined the rules of logic. He is dead. Now, we must continue the work. But the true tragedy of Aristotle's death was not the loss of the man. It was the near loss of his mind. What happened next is a story so strange, so fragile, that it sounds like fiction. Aristotle had left his library, the system of the world, to Theophrastus. Theophrastus was a brilliant man, and for 30 years he kept the flame alive, adding his own works on botany and character. But when Theophrastus died in 207 BC, he made a decision that nearly erased Western civilization. He didn't leave the books to the Lyceum as an institution, which was still legally precarious. He left them to his nephew, Neleus of Sepsis. Neleus was not a great philosopher. He was just a guy who inherited some heavy boxes. He packed up the entire library, the original manuscripts of the metaphysics, the ethics, the politics, the biology, and carted them away from Athens, taking them back to his family home in Asia Minor, to the town of Skepsis. The Lyceum in Athens was left empty. The head had been severed from the body. For the next 200 years, the students in Athens were walking in the dark. They remembered Aristotle's name. They remembered his exoteric dialogues, the polished ones. But they lost the esoteric works, the deep, hard science. The system vanished. Philosophy in Athens drifted into Stoicism and Epicureanism, schools that cared more about peace of mind than dissecting squids. The sharp scientific edge of the Lyceum was dulled. Meanwhile, in the town of Sepsis, a drama was unfolding. The kings of Pergamon were building a great library and were aggressively hunting for books, seizing any private collections they could find. Nelus's heirs, terrified that the king would steal their valuable inheritance, did something desperate. They took the priceless scrolls of Aristotle and Theophrastus, the sum of Greek wisdom, and hid them. They didn't put them in a climate-controlled vault. They didn't put them in a jar. They dug a trench in the ground under their house, threw the scrolls in, and covered them up. The reader's library was buried. The downward gaze was literally underground. For 2 centuries, the damp earth, the worms, and the mold gnawed at the edges of the Nicomachean ethics. The ink faded, the papyrus rotted. The words that had defined logic were being eaten by fungi. The world forgot. The intellectual wrestling match that had started in the academy had ended with one wrestler dead and the other wrestler's notes rotting in a hole in Turkey. It seemed that Diogenes was right. Dust conquers all. But ideas, like the forms, are hard to kill. Around 100 BC, a wealthy book collector named Apellikon of Teos heard a rumor about a stash of old rotting scrolls in Skepsis. He traveled there, paid a fortune to the ignorant heirs, and dug them up. What he found was a disaster. Books riddled with holes, smelling of mildew, crumbling to the touch. But they were the books. He brought them back to Athens. But the journey wasn't over. In 86 BC, the Roman general Sulla sacked Athens. He was a brutal man, but he liked trophies. He seized the library of Apellikon and shipped it to Rome. There, a grammarian named Tyrrhenion and a philosopher named Andronicus of Rhodes began the painstaking work of reconstruction. They were like archaeologists of the mind. They pieced together the fragments, filled in the gaps, sometimes guessing, and organized them into the treatises we read today. It was Andronicus who gave us the word metaphysics. He found a batch of scrolls that dealt with abstract questions of being, and because he didn't know what to call them, he simply placed them on the shelf after the scrolls on physics. Ta meta ta physica, the stuff after the physics. And so, Aristotle rose from the dead. Rome discovered him. Cicero admired him. The system was rebooted. But the silence of those lost centuries is a chilling reminder of how close we came to knowing nothing. The bridge between the ancient world and the modern world is made of paper, and it was held together by a thread of pure luck. The scrolls had been rescued from the damp earth of Sepsis and the dusty shelves of Roman conquerors. But the survival of the 2 minds was far from guaranteed. As the Roman Empire expanded, swallowing the Mediterranean whole, it acted as a massive, armored carrier for Greek thought. For a few glorious centuries, the upward glance and the downward gaze found a comfortable home in the villas of Italy. Cicero, the great Roman orator, blended the two, writing dialogues that softened Plato's mysticism with Aristotle's logic. The Romans, being engineers and lawyers, loved the utility of the Lyceum. They used Aristotle's rhetoric to win court cases and his ethics to govern provinces. But they lacked the deep, burning curiosity of the Greeks. They didn't want to dissect the world. They just wanted to run it. As the centuries ground on, the gears of the empire began to rust. The 4th and 5th centuries AD brought the slow, agonizing collapse of the West. The aqueducts broke, the roads became unsafe, and the legions retreated. But the greatest casualty was not the architecture. It was the language. Greek, the language of science, the language of the forms, the language of the syllogism, began to fade from memory in Western Europe. It was replaced by Latin, a sturdy tongue for soldiers and priests, but one that had not yet developed the vocabulary for high metaphysics. The library of the West began to go dark. The works of Plato were largely lost, save for a fragment of the Timaeus, the one about the geometric universe. The works of Aristotle were whittled down to just 2 books on logic, translated by the lonely Roman scholar Boethius, who wrote his Consolation of Philosophy while waiting to be executed by a barbarian king. For the next 500 years, Europe sat in the Dark Ages, a twilight where men walked through the ruins of giants, unable to read the inscriptions on the walls. The wrestler and the reader were ghosts, their voices reduced to whispers in remote Irish monasteries. But the light of the mind is not extinguished. It merely migrates. While Paris and London were mud villages, a new sun was rising in the east. In the deserts of Arabia, a new power had exploded onto the stage of history with the speed of Alexander, Islam. By the 8th century, the Abbasid Caliphate had established its capital in Baghdad, a circular city of fabulous wealth, intellectual hunger, and tolerance. It is here, in the year 832 AD, that we encounter one of the most significant dreams in human history. The Caliph al-Ma'mun, a man of intense intellect, who ruled an empire stretching from India to Spain, went to sleep in his palace. In his dream, he saw a man entering the room. The man was old, sitting on a chair, wearing a simple Greek tunic. He had a high forehead, blue eyes, and an air of supreme, terrifying calm. The Caliph asked, "Who are you?" The figure replied, "I'm Aristotle." The Caliph asked, "What is the good?" Aristotle replied, "That which is good in the mind." "And then what?" "That which is good in the law." The Caliph woke up electrified. He interpreted the dream as a divine command to reconcile faith, Islam, with reason, Aristotle. He immediately founded the Bait al-Hikmah, the House of Wisdom. It was the Lyceum reborn on the banks of the Tigris, but on a scale Aristotle could never have imagined. Al-Ma'mun sent emissaries to Constantinople, to the courts of the Byzantine emperors, who were sitting on hoards of old Greek manuscripts they were largely ignoring. The caliphs offered to buy these useless pagan books for their weight in gold. The camel caravans returned to Baghdad, laden with the treasures of the Academy and the Lyceum. The great translation movement began. It was a Herculean linguistic task. The texts were translated from Greek into Syriac, and then from Syriac into Arabic. The hero of this age was Hunayn ibn Ishaq, a Christian scholar working for the Muslim caliphs, known as the Sheikh of the translators. He didn't just translate word for word. He invented a new technical vocabulary. He took the dry, precise concepts of Aristotle and forged Arabic words to hold them. Uzia, substance, became Johar. Hyle, matter, became Mada. Aristotle was no longer a Greek. He was becoming universal. In the madrasas and libraries of Baghdad, he was known simply as Al-Muallim al-Awwal, the first teacher. They didn't even need to use his name. If you said the philosopher, everyone knew you meant Aristotle. Plato was respected as the Sheikh of the Greeks, the mystical sage. But Aristotle was the master. His logic became the grammar of Islamic theology. His physics became the explanation of the Quranic universe. For 4 centuries, while Europe was bleeding itself dry with feudal squabbles, the intellectual heart of the world beat in Arabic. The Muslim scholars didn't just preserve the texts, they corrected them. They took the downward gaze and looked even closer. They built observatories to check Aristotle's astronomy. They built hospitals to check his biology. They realized that the master was not infallible. He was a guide, not a god. But there was a tension here, a vibration that would eventually shake the foundations of faith. How do you reconcile the unmoved mover of Aristotle, a cold, logical force that doesn't know we exist, with the Allah of the Quran, a God who listens to prayers and intervenes in history? The Muslim world began to grapple with the same problem that had split the academy: faith versus reason, the sky versus the earth. The stage was set for the emergence of the second teacher, the man who would take Aristotle's logic and sharpen it to a razor's edge, preparing it for its return journey to the West. He would be born not in Baghdad, but in the far west of the Islamic world, in the golden city of Cordoba. The bridge was built. The manuscripts were safe, wrapped in the protective cover of a new language, waiting for the moment when Europe would wake up and ask for them back. The sun that rose over the city of Cordoba in the 12th century did not shine on a backwater, but on the most civilized place in Europe. While London was a collection of muddy streets and timber huts, Cordoba was a metropolis of paved roads, streetlights, and running water, boasting a library of 400,000 volumes. It is here, in the cool, tiled courtyards of Al-Andalus, that the two minds found their most devoted servant, a man who would love Aristotle with a consuming, almost dangerous passion. His name was Ibn Rushd, but history knows him by his Latinized title, Averroes. If Aristotle was the master, Averroes became the commentator. He was a judge, a physician, and a philosopher, a man who lived his life between the mosque and the library. He viewed Aristotle not just as a smart Greek, but as the supreme culmination of the human intellect, a man so perfect that he bordered on the divine. Averroes believed that the system of the Lyceum was flawless. The only problem was that it had been buried under centuries of bad translations and mystical confusion. His life's mission was to scrub the moss off the statue, to present the Aristotle of the earth in his pure, unadulterated form, stripping away the Neoplatonic ghost stories that had attached themselves to the logic. Imagine Averroes sitting in his study, the smell of orange blossoms drifting in from the garden. He is reading a corrupt Arabic translation of the Metaphysics, frowning. He writes a sentence of Aristotle, and then he writes a paragraph of explanation. He does this for 38 books. He is literally thinking Aristotle's thoughts over again, centuries later, acting as the lens that would focus the ancient light for the future. He argued, with terrifying boldness, that there is no conflict between the Quran and Aristotle, because truth cannot contradict truth. If the scripture says one thing and logic says another, then the scripture must be a metaphor. It was a dangerous game to play. But the downward gaze has always made religious authorities nervous. Just as Athens turned on Aristotle, the conservative Almohads turned on Averroes. The theologians, led by the memory of the great mystic Al-Ghazali, who had written a book called The Incoherence of the Philosophers, argued that God was not bound by logic. God could make fire cold if he wanted to. Aristotle's unmoved mover, a God who ignores the world, was an insult to the personal, active Allah. The backlash was swift. In a heartbreaking echo of the past, Averroes was exiled. His books, the brilliant commentaries that explain the universe, were ordered to be burned. We have the accounts of the bonfire in the plaza, the flames consuming the pages of logic while the mob cheered. It seemed that the earthly philosophy was destined to be homeless, rejected by the pagans of Athens, the Christians of Rome, and now the Muslims of Spain. But ideas are like water. If you block them in one place, they flow to another. While the smoke of Averroes' books was rising in the south, a secret door was opening in the north. In the city of Toledo, newly reconquered by the Christians, a strange and beautiful industry had sprung up. It was the school of translators. Picture the scene in the scriptorium of the Cathedral of Toledo. It is a place of hushed whispers and scratching pens. Sitting side by side are a Jew, a Muslim, and a Christian. The Muslim reads the Arabic text of Aristotle and the commentary of Averroes aloud. The Jew translates the Arabic into a spoken Romance vernacular, early Spanish. The Christian listens and translates the Spanish into Latin. It was a game of telephone played with the highest stakes imaginable. Through this three-step dance, the wisdom of the Greeks, preserved in the amber of Arabic, was finally poured into the vessel of Latin. The men who did this work were adventurers of the mind. Men like Gerard of Cremona, an Italian who came to Toledo looking for a single book on astronomy, Ptolemy's Almagest, and stayed to translate 70 works of science. Or Michael Scott, the wizard-like scholar who wore Arab robes and eventually took the texts to the court of Frederick II in Sicily. They were smuggling a bomb into the heart of Europe. They were packing up the system, the logic, the physics, the biology, the dangerous idea that the world runs on natural laws, and sending it north across the Pyrenees to the primitive, hungry universities of Paris and Oxford. The irony is rich and savory. The work of Averroes, rejected by his own culture, became the cornerstone of the culture that was ostensibly his enemy. The commentator became a hero to the Christians. Dante, in his Divine Comedy, would place Averroes in limbo alongside Plato and Aristotle, honoring him as the man who made the great commentary. As the wagons loaded with fresh parchment manuscripts rattled over the mountain passes, heading for France, the two minds were preparing for their greatest showdown yet. For 1,000 years, the West had been Augustinian and Platonic, focused on the soul, the next life, and the upward glance. Now the downward gaze was arriving in the mail. The new Aristotle, Aristoteles Novus, was coming to class. He wasn't the watered-down logician Boethius had translated. He was the full-blooded scientist who said the world was eternal, the soul was mortal, and happiness was found on earth. The arrival of these books in the University of Paris would trigger an intellectual earthquake that makes our modern culture wars look like polite disagreements. The church was about to look at the system and realize that they had invited a dragon into the cathedral. The wrestling match was moving to the Gothic spires of the 13th century. The year is 1210 AD. The wrestling match has moved arenas. We have left the sun-drenched colonnades of the Lyceum and the orange-scented courtyards of Cordoba. We are now in the narrow, mud-slicked streets of Paris, on the left bank of the Seine, in a neighborhood so noisy with the babble of students speaking Latin that it will be known forever as the Latin Quarter. The air here smells of wood smoke, unwashed wool, and the damp chill of the Seine. This is the University of Paris, the new intellectual capital of the world, and it is about to become the site of a violent collision between the two minds. For centuries, the Christian church had been comfortably married to Plato. It was a perfect match. St. Augustine, the architect of Western theology, had essentially baptized Plato. The world of forms became the mind of God. The immortal soul fit perfectly with Christian doctrine. The flesh is a prison mentality, aligned with the asceticism of the monks. It was a safe, vertical philosophy that told everyone to look up, ignore the dirt, and wait for heaven. But now, the wagons from Toledo were arriving. The new Aristotle, Aristoteles Novus, had entered the city gates, and he was not a baptized mystic. He was a pagan scientist, and he was terrifying. Imagine the shock of a medieval student raised on the pious, poetic vagueness of Neoplatonism, opening the physics of Aristotle for the first time. It was like handing a chainsaw to a carpenter who had only ever used a chisel. Aristotle didn't talk about mysteries. He talked about causes. He didn't ask God to explain the lightning. He asked the clouds. But the real terror lay in the specific conclusions of the downward gaze. First, Aristotle argued that the world was eternal. He proved, using cold logic, that matter could not be created or destroyed. This meant there was no in the beginning. It meant Genesis was wrong. Second, he argued that God was the unmoved mover, a purely logical entity that thought only about itself. This God did not know your name, did not hear your prayers, and certainly did not become human to die on a cross. Third, and most frighteningly, he hinted strongly that the soul died with the body. If the soul is just the form of the body, like the shape of a statue, then when the statue is smashed, the shape is gone. No afterlife, no hell, no heaven. The reaction of the church was panic. The system was an atheism machine. In 1210, a provincial council of bishops in Paris issued a decree. Neither the books of Aristotle on natural philosophy nor their commentaries are to be read at Paris in public or secret, and this we forbid under penalty of excommunication. They tried to ban the reader. They tried to burn the books again. But you cannot ban gravity, and you cannot ban a logic that works. The students of Paris, hungry for the forbidden fruit, read the scrolls in secret by candlelight. They gathered in the street of straw, Rue de Foix, sitting on hay bales, debating the syllogisms of the pagan master. A radical faction emerged, known as the Latin Averroists, led by a fiery professor named Siger of Brabant. Siger was the Diogenes of his day, a man who didn't care if he offended the bishops. He taught the double truth, the idea that something could be true in philosophy, according to reason, and false in theology, according to faith. I believe the world is created as a Christian, he might say with a wink, but as a philosopher, I know it is eternal. This intellectual schizophrenia threatened to tear the medieval mind apart. The university was splitting into two armed camps, the Augustinians, the Platonists, who wanted to banish the pagan science, and the radical Aristotelians, who wanted to follow logic wherever it led, even if it led to atheism. The church was facing a crisis. They could not defeat Aristotle. His arguments were too good. His science was too useful. They needed someone who could do the impossible. They needed a wrestler strong enough to pin Aristotle to the mat and baptize him. They needed a golden mean between the Bible and the biology. And just as the crisis reached its boiling point, a silent, hulking giant of a man walked into the lecture halls of Paris. He was an Italian friar, so large and so quiet that his fellow students mocked him, calling him the dumb ox. But his teacher, Albert the Great, heard the ox answer a question one day and prophesied, "You call him a dumb ox, but I tell you, this ox will bellow so loud, his mooing will be heard throughout the world." Thomas Aquinas had arrived to save the synthesis. The dumb ox did not bellow. He whispered, but it was a whisper that would stack the stones of the medieval mind into a spire reaching straight for God. Thomas Aquinas sat in his cell at the University of Paris, a room that seemed too small for his colossal frame. He was a man of immense physical bulk, slow-moving and gentle, with heavy-lidded eyes that often seemed lost in a private dream. But behind those eyes, a construction project of terrifying speed and precision was underway, while the radical students in the streets were shouting that Aristotle proved God was dead, and the fearful bishops were shouting that Aristotle was a demon. Thomas sat calmly in the middle, dipping his quill into the ink, preparing to perform the most delicate surgery in the history of thought. He did not want to kill the new Aristotle. He loved him. He called him simply Philosophus, the philosopher, as if no other thinker had ever existed. Thomas believed that Aristotle had seen the truth of the natural world more clearly than anyone else, but he also believed that Aristotle had stopped at the ceiling. The Greek master had built a magnificent ladder that reached the clouds, but he had no way to get to the stars. Thomas decided he would not burn the ladder, he would extend it. He began his masterwork, the Summa Theologica. It is not just a book, it is a Gothic cathedral made of words. Just as the masons outside were learning to use flying buttresses to hold up walls of stained glass, Thomas used the flying buttress of Aristotelian logic to hold up the heavy stone of Christian dogma. He wrote millions of words, dictated to 4 secretaries simultaneously, moving from one to the other without losing his train of thought, a feat of mental multitasking that borders on the miraculous. His method was the disputation. He would pose a question, for example, does God exist? Then, with shocking intellectual honesty, he would list the strongest arguments against his own belief. He gave the atheists and the skeptics their best shot. Then he would write, on the contrary, and deploy the heavy artillery of Aristotle's logic to dismantle the objections one by one. The genius of Thomas was his central thesis. Grace does not destroy nature, but perfects it. This was the peace treaty between the Academy and the Lyceum. He argued that the downward gaze of Aristotle was valid. The physical world is real, it is good, and our senses are trustworthy. We should study the stars and the beetles because they are the handiwork of God. Nature is the first book of Revelation. But, Thomas argued, reason can only take you so far. Reason can prove there is a first mover, Aristotle's God, but it cannot tell you that the first mover loves you. For that, you need the upward glance of faith. You need the elevator of grace to take you from the top floor of logic to the penthouse of heaven. The two minds were no longer enemies. They were partners. Aristotle explains the earth. The Bible explains the sky. Thomas took Aristotle's unmoved mover, that cold, self-absorbed battery of the universe, and merged it with the biblical Yahweh. He used Aristotle's physics to create the 5 ways, 5 logical proofs for the existence of God based on motion and cause. He looked at the motion of a ball and argued that it must be moved by a stick, which is moved by a hand, which is moved by a will. And eventually, you must reach a prime mover that needs no push. He took Aristotle's ethics, the idea of virtue as a habit, and added the theological virtues of faith, hope, and charity. He baptized the Bergen system. He washed the physician's son in holy water and dressed him in the robes of a saint. The impact of this synthesis was seismic. By making Aristotle safe for the church, Aquinas accidentally opened the door for modern science. If the world is rational, as Aristotle said, and created by a rational God, as the Bible said, then studying the world is a form of prayer. It made it safe to look down again. The system of the Lyceum became the official curriculum of the Christian universities. For the next 300 years, to be educated meant to be an Aristotelian. The monarchs had successfully moved the furniture of the Western mind, placing the chair of logic right next to the altar of faith. But the wrestling match takes a toll on the wrestler. Thomas lived entirely in his head, a floating intellect anchored by a heavy body. There are stories of him being so absorbed in thought that he didn't notice when a candle burned down to his fingers. He was a man chasing a vision of unity that was almost too bright for human eyes. And then, abruptly, the silence came for him, just as it had for his pagan predecessor. In 1273, Thomas was celebrating Mass in the chapel of St. Nicholas in Naples. Something happened. Perhaps it was a stroke, perhaps a mystical vision, perhaps a sheer collapse of the mental architecture he had sustained for so long. He stood weeping before the altar. After that day, he put down his pen. He never wrote another word. When his secretary Reginald begged him to finish the Summa, Thomas shook his massive head and whispered, "I can do no more. Such secrets have been revealed to me that all I have written now seems like straw." It is a devastating confession. The man who had written the most comprehensive explanation of the universe, who had stacked thousands of syllogisms like bricks to reach God, looked at his life's work and called it straw, dry, dead grass. Perhaps in that final silence, he realized what Plato had known all along, that the map is not the territory, that the definition is not the thing defined. The system was just a cage of words, and the reality was a bird that had flown away. Thomas died a few months later, at the age of 49, exhausted by the effort of holding the two worlds together. But the bridge held. Because of Aquinas, the West did not reject the new science. It absorbed it. The universities of Oxford, Cambridge, Bologna, and Paris became factories of Aristotelian thought. The master of those who know sat on the throne of education. But history is a pendulum, and it never stays in the middle for long. The synthesis of Aquinas was too perfect, too rigid. It turned Aristotle into a statue. The peripatetic, who had loved to walk, was now frozen in marble, his treatises treated as unquestionable scripture. If Aristotle said heavier objects fall faster, then they must fall faster, even if your eyes tell you otherwise. The downward gaze had stopped looking at the world and started looking only at Aristotle's books. The system had become a prison, and outside the walls of this medieval fortress, the world was changing again. The Black Death would sweep through Europe, shaking faith in the orderly cosmos. The printing press would shatter the monopoly of the manuscripts. And in Italy, a new generation of wealthy bankers and poets was beginning to dig in the ruins of the past. They were bored with the dry, dusty logic of the scholastics. They were bored with the monarchs and his syllogisms. They wanted magic, they wanted beauty, they wanted the soul. They were digging up statues of white marble, smooth and sensual, that didn't look like saints. They were finding manuscripts that had been lost for 1,000 years, written in a Greek that flowed like wine, not like water. The pendulum was swinging back. The reader had ruled for 3 centuries. Now, the wrestler was coming back for a rematch. The Renaissance was about to begin, and it wasn't arriving with a syllogism. It was arriving with a paintbrush. The ghost of Plato was stirring in Florence. The pendulum of history does not swing silently. It creaks with the weight of empires falling and new worlds rising. In 1453, the great walls of Constantinople, which had protected the last embers of the Greek world for 1,000 years, were finally breached by the Ottoman cannons. The Roman Empire fell. But just before the end, a frantic exodus took place. Ships slipped out of the Golden Horn under the cover of darkness, heavy in the water, not with gold, but with paper. The scholars of Byzantium were fleeing to Italy, and in their luggage, wrapped in protective oilcloth, were the ghosts of the academy. They brought with them the original Greek manuscripts of Plato, texts that the West had not seen in a millennium. They brought the upward glance back to a world that was tired of looking down. We must shift our scene from the grey Gothic lecture halls of Paris to the golden cypress-studded hills of Tuscany. The year is roughly 1460. The place is Florence, a city that is not ruled by a king or a pope, but by a family of bankers. The Medici. Cosimo de' Medici, the patriarch, was a man who had made a fortune in the dirty business of usury and politics. But his soul was hungry for something money couldn't buy. He was bored with the scholastics. He was tired of the endless dry logic chopping of the Aristotelians in the universities, who spent years debating how many angels could dance on the head of a pin. The system of Aquinas felt like a cage. Cosimo wanted magic. He wanted beauty. He wanted the secret of immortality. When he heard the Greek refugee scholars speak, describing a philosopher named Plato, who wrote with the poetry of a god and spoke of a soul that could fly to the stars, Cosimo was entranced. He decided to recreate the ancient world in his own backyard. He selected a young, brilliant, and deeply melancholy medical student named Marsilio Ficino, a man small in stature but vast in spirit, and gave him a villa in the hills of Careggi. He gave him the manuscripts, and he gave him a single imperative order: translate Plato. This was the birth of the new academy. It was not a university. There were no exams, no degrees, and no stiff robes. It was a circle of friends, poets, artists, and princes who gathered in the cool loggias of the villa to drink wine, play the lyre, and read the symposium aloud. They called each other brethren in Plato. They revived the custom of celebrating Plato's birthday with a banquet. Ficino, the high priest of this revival, famously kept a lamp burning at all times before a bust of Plato, treating the pagan philosopher almost like a patron saint. The rebirth, Renaissance of Plato changed the temperature of the Western mind. Aristotle had been the philosopher of the school, serious, analytical, rigorous. Plato became the philosopher of the studio, passionate, artistic, mystical. The Aristotelians asked, "Is this true?" The Platonists asked, "Is this beautiful?" Ficino translated the concept of eros, love, but he stripped it of its gritty biological function. He coined the term Platonic love. He taught that physical beauty, a beautiful body, is just a shadow of divine beauty. When you fall in love with a beautiful person, you are actually longing for God. The lover's soul uses the beloved as a ladder to climb back to heaven. This idea hit the artistic community of Florence like a bolt of lightning. Suddenly, painting a naked woman wasn't a sin. It was theology. Walk into the Uffizi Gallery today and look at Sandro Botticelli's The Birth of Venus. You are looking at Platonic philosophy painted in oil. The goddess Venus stands naked in the shell, but she is not erotic in a fleshy Aristotelian way. She is ethereal, weightless, melancholy. She is the idea of beauty arriving in the material world. She is a form. Botticelli, a member of the Medici circle, was painting what Ficino was preaching. The upward glance had been transformed into art. The Renaissance artists believed that by creating beauty, they were revealing the mind of God. They were not copying nature, Aristotle's mimesis. They were improving it. They were making the circle perfect. The conflict between the two philosophers had now become a conflict of style. Aristotle was the old guard, the dusty professor in the university, muttering about syllogisms, the authority figure used by the church to enforce dogma. Plato was the avant-garde, the rebel, the mystic, the liberator, who told you that your soul was infinite and your imagination was divine. To be an Aristotelian was to be a technician. To be a Platonist was to be a genius. But the Medicis were smart bankers. They knew you couldn't run a bank on poetry alone. They knew that the world still needed the downward gaze to count the coins and build the domes. The tension remained. The Renaissance became a frantic attempt to marry these two impulses, to have the mathematical precision of the Lyceum and the soaring beauty of the Academy. They wanted to measure the earth, Aristotle, so they could paint the heavens, Plato. Leonardo da Vinci, the ultimate Renaissance man, embodied this tension in his own flesh. He dissected corpses with the cold eye of Aristotle, drawing the valves of the heart and the fetus in the womb with scientific accuracy, yet he painted with the smoky, mysterious sfumato of a Platonist, creating faces like the Mona Lisa that seemed to hide a secret soul behind the eyes. He was the reader and the wrestler fused into one body. But it was a young man from Urbino, a painter with the face of an angel and the diplomacy of a courtier, who would finally bring the two giants into the same room. His name was Raffaello Sanzio, Raphael. In 1508, Pope Julius II, a warrior pope who wanted to make Rome the new Athens, summoned Raphael to the Vatican. He pointed to a blank wall in the Stanza della Segnatura, the papal library, and told him to paint a fresco that represented philosophy. Raphael did not paint a dry allegory. He painted a party. He painted a massive open-air hall with a coffered ceiling that looked suspiciously like the new St. Peter's Basilica under construction. And in this hall, he placed every great thinker of the ancient world. He painted Pythagoras writing in a book. He painted Euclid drawing on a slate. He painted Diogenes lounging on the steps, still looking like a slob. He painted the Muslim Aristotle, Averroes, peering over Pythagoras' shoulder in a turban. But the center of the painting, the vanishing point where all the architectural lines converged, belonged to the two men who had started it all in the olive grove. On the left stands Plato. He is painted with the face of Leonardo da Vinci, an homage to the old master. He holds his book, the Timaeus, vertically. He is old, bearded, barefoot, and draped in red and purple, the colors of fire and air. He raises his right hand and points a single finger straight up. The gesture is undeniable. The truth is up there. Look to the forms. Look to the ideal. On the right stands Aristotle. He is painted as a younger man, handsome, well-shod, wearing blue and brown, the colors of water and earth. He holds his book, the Ethics, horizontally, resting against his thigh, He stretches his right hand out over the pavement, palm open and facing down. The gesture is stabilizing, grounding. The truth is down here. Look to the facts. Look to the golden mean. Raphael captured the entire history of Western thought in two hands. He did not paint them fighting. He painted them walking together, talking. They are looking at each other. Plato needs Aristotle to give his ideas substance. Aristotle needs Plato to give his facts direction. It is the visual reconciliation of the divorce. The school of Athens hangs on the wall of the Vatican, the heart of Christendom, proving that the Church had finally accepted that it needed both the mystic and the mechanic to survive. But paint dries, and the world moves on. The harmony of the Renaissance was fragile. The new science was about to stop looking at old books altogether and start looking through new lenses. In Poland, a canon named Copernicus was moving the sun. In Pisa, a mathematician named Galileo was dropping balls from a tower. In England, a politician named Francis Bacon was sharpening his quill to write a manifesto that would declare war on both the Academy and the Lyceum. The empire of words was about to fall. The empire of things was beginning. The wrestling match was over. The scientific revolution was about to change the rules of the game entirely. Raphael's fresco in the Vatican was a masterpiece of harmony, a visual treaty signed in paint. But in the real world, the ink on that treaty was already fading. The School of Athens was not a prophecy of the future. It was a nostalgic snapshot of a unity that was about to be torn apart by the violent birth of the modern world. The irony of the 16th and 17th centuries is that the very tools Aristotle taught us to use, observation, logic, and the downward gaze, were the weapons used to destroy his authority. The wrestler had trained his opponents too well. The scientific revolution did not begin with a book. It began with a piece of glass. In 1609, in the city of Padua, a prickly, arrogant mathematics professor named Galileo Galilei heard rumors of a Dutch spyglass. He ground his own lenses, fitted them into a lead tube, and did something forbidden by the ancient rules. He pointed the downward gaze up at the sky. What he saw shattered the crystal spheres of Aristotle. Aristotle had taught that the heavens were perfect, unblemished, and unchanging. Galileo looked through his tube and saw craters on the moon. It was scarred, rocky, and Earth-like. He saw spots on the sun. It was rotting. He saw moons orbiting Jupiter, proving that not everything revolved around the Earth. The system that had held the medieval mind together cracked. The reaction of the entrenched Aristotelians, the professors who had built their careers on the master's books, was a tragic comedy of denial. When Galileo offered to let them look through the telescope to see the moons of Jupiter for themselves, some refused. They argued that if Aristotle didn't mention moons, they couldn't exist. They trusted the text more than their own eyes. They had forgotten the very spirit of the man they worshipped. Aristotle, the man who had collected crabs in the lagoon, would have been the first to grab the telescope. He would have been thrilled to be proven wrong by new evidence, but his followers had turned his science into a religion, and Galileo was the heretic. While Galileo attacked the physics, an English politician named Francis Bacon attacked the method. In 1620, Bacon published a book with a title that was a direct declaration of war, the Novum Organum, the New Instrument. It was a replacement for Aristotle's Organon. Bacon argued that Aristotle's logic, the syllogism, was useless for discovering new things. It was just a word game. All men are mortal. Socrates is a man. Tells you nothing new about the world. Bacon proposed a new method, induction. You don't start with a general truth and work down. You start with the dirt, the heat, the pressure, and you work up. You torture nature until she confesses her secrets. This was the industrialization of the downward gaze. And what of Plato? In this new age of machines and lenses, one might think the upward glance was obsolete. But strangely, Plato found a new life in the mind of the enemy. Galileo, despite destroying Aristotelian physics, was a Platonist at heart. He famously wrote, "The book of nature is written in the language of mathematics." This is pure Plato. It is the belief that the underlying reality of the world is not matter, but number. The triangle returned to rule the rock. The two minds were ripped apart. The holistic balance of the Lyceum, where ethics, biology, and physics were all one system, was dismantled. Science split from philosophy. The how, Aristotle, divorced the why, Plato. The result was the modern world, a place of terrifying technological power, the legacy of the downward gaze, and profound existential anxiety, the loss of the upward glance. We learned how to split the atom, but we forgot why we shouldn't use it. Yet, even in this fragmentation, the presence of the two giants remained inescapable. In the 19th century, biology experienced its own earthquake with Charles Darwin. Darwin was the ultimate Aristotelian. He spent years studying barnacles, earthworms, and finches. He looked at the chaos of life and found the mechanism, natural selection, that drove it. When Darwin read a translation of Aristotle's Parts of Animals late in life, he was stunned. He wrote to a friend, "Linnaeus and Cuvier have been my two gods, but they were mere schoolboys to old Aristotle." The father of biology recognized his grandfather across the gap of 2 millennia. The reader was still teaching the class. As the 20th century dawned, the wrestling match moved into the realm of ideology. The totalitarian regimes of the century looked suspiciously like twisted versions of Plato's Republic. Societies ruled by elites who claimed to know the form of history, willing to sacrifice the individual for the state. Meanwhile, the capitalist democracies looked like the chaotic, empirical marketplaces of Aristotle. Messy, unequal, but free. The Cold War was, in a strange, distant echo, a war between a utopia, Plato, and a polity, Aristotle. The fresco on the Vatican wall was fading, the plaster cracking with age, but the figures painted on it were more alive than ever. They had escaped the wall. They were in the laboratories, the parliaments, and the code of the computers. The empire of words had become the empire of reality, and we were all living in the building they designed. The dust of the centuries settles, the empires rise and fall, and the libraries burn and are rebuilt. But as we step into the modern era, we find that the conversation started in the olive grove has not ended. It has simply become the background noise of our civilization, a frequency so constant that we often forget to hear it. In 1929, at the University of Edinburgh, a British mathematician and philosopher named Alfred North Whitehead stood before a lecture hall to deliver the Gifford Lectures. He was a man who had seen the certainties of Newtonian physics collapsed by Einstein. He had seen the world shattered by the Great War. Yet, looking back across the wreckage of 2,000 years, he delivered a verdict that remains the definitive epitaph for the Academy. With a calm British understatement, he said, "The safest general characterization of the European philosophical tradition is that it consists of a series of footnotes to Plato. It was a startling claim. Was he saying that in 23 centuries, we haven't had a single new idea? Not exactly. He was saying that Plato wrote the menu. He was saying that every question worth asking, what is justice? What is love? Is the soul immortal? Is the world real? Was first asked by the broad-shouldered wrestler in Athens. Everyone who came after, St. Augustine, Descartes, Kant, Nietzsche, was simply sitting at the table. Plato said, arguing over the answers he proposed, we are still trapped in his syllabus. When a modern physicist searches for the theory of everything, a single, beautiful equation that explains the universe, he is hunting for a Platonic form. When a civil rights leader dreams of a more perfect union, she is channeling the Republic. Plato did not just teach us what to think. He taught us how to dream of a better world. But if Plato wrote the footnotes, Aristotle wrote the dictionary. He provided the grammar of our reality. While Whitehead gave the crown to Plato, the poet Samuel Taylor Coleridge, writing a century earlier, offered a more balanced and perhaps more piercing insight. He observed that every man is born either a Platonist or an Aristotelian. This is not a matter of which books you read. It is a matter of biology. It is a matter of how your brain is wired to process the world. The Platonist is the soul who feels uncomfortable in the world. They feel deep down that this reality is not enough. It is too messy, too sad, too temporary. They are the artists, the revolutionaries, the mystics, and the lovers who believe in soulmates. They look at a crumbling city and see the ideal city that should be there. They are driven by a holy dissatisfaction. They want the sky. The Aristotelian is the soul who feels at home in the world. They love the texture of things. They trust their eyes. They are the scientists, the engineers, the lawyers, and the reformers who believe in incremental progress. They look at a crumbling city and see a problem of supply chains and zoning laws that can be fixed. They are driven by a sturdy curiosity. They want the earth. The history of the West is essentially a wrestling match between these two personality types, grappling for the steering wheel of civilization. In politics, the Platonist is the radical. He wants to burn the corrupt system down and build a utopia from scratch. The French Revolution, the Russian Revolution. He believes that if you just have the right theory, human nature will change. The Aristotelian is the conservative or the liberal reformer. He looks at history and says, utopias always end in gulags. He prefers to tweak the laws, adjust the tax rates, and manage the chaos. He believes human nature is a constant variable that must be contained, not changed. In science, the battle rages between the theorist and the experimentalist. The Platonist is the theoretical physicist, like Einstein or string theorists, who works with pure math, trusting that beauty is truth. The Aristotelian is the field biologist or the chemist who demands empirical data, who says, show me the evidence, not the equation. In religion, the Platonist is the mystic who seeks a direct, emotional union with God, the flight of the alone to the alone. The Aristotelian is the theologian who writes systematic dogmas and organizes the church hierarchy, believing that God is found in order and ritual. We even see it in our daily lives, in the quiet arguments of a marriage. One partner wants to spend the savings on a dream vacation that will create a perfect memory, Plato. The other wants to invest it in a new roof because the old one is leaking. Aristotle. One is looking at the form of the vacation. The other is looking at the matter of the roof. Neither is wrong, but they are speaking different languages. The endurance of these two giants is not an accident of history. It is a necessity of the human condition. We cannot get rid of them because we need them both. If we were purely Platonists, we would sit in caves dreaming of perfection while we starve to death. If we were purely Aristotelians, we would be well-fed, healthy cattle with no art, no poetry, and no aspiration to be better than we are. The wrestler gives us the target. The reader gives us the bow and arrow. Consider the layout of our modern universities, the direct descendants of the academy and the lyceum. On one side of the campus, you have the humanities and the pure mathematics departments, the heirs of Plato, dealing in abstractions, beauties, and ethical questions. On the other side, you have the engineering, biology, and business schools, the heirs of Aristotle, dealing in systems, organisms, and efficiencies. The university is a split brain, trying to keep the two hemispheres talking to each other. But there is a final, darker legacy to consider. The dominance of these two men has also blinded us. Whitehead called us footnotes, and sometimes being a footnote is a trap. For centuries, the West was so obsessed with the Greek way of thinking, binary logic, true-false, linear time, substance and form, that we struggled to understand other ways of seeing. We struggled to understand the cyclical time of the East or the holistic logic of indigenous cultures. Aristotle's logic is a knife that cuts the world into pieces. Sometimes we forget how to put the pieces back together. Plato's idealism is a drug that makes us hate the present moment. Sometimes we forget to live in the only time we actually have. Yet every time we try to bury them, they rise from the grave. When the internet was created, it was hailed as a noosphere, a purely mental realm of information, disconnected from the physical body. It was a Platonic dream of pure mind. But what is the internet made of? Server farms, undersea cables, minerals mined from the earth. It is Aristotelian machinery supporting a Platonic hallucination. We are still living in Raphael's painting. As we stand here in the 21st century, holding devices that contain the sum of human knowledge, an Aristotelian archive, to watch videos of cats, or dream of colonizing Mars, a Platonic fantasy, we are the children of the divorce. We are still trying to figure out if we are spirits trapped in bodies, or bodies that have imagined they are spirits. The two old men in the painting are not looking at us. They are looking at each other, locked in an eternal glance. Plato points up, warning us that we are losing our souls to our machines. Aristotle points down, warning us that if we destroy the planet, our souls will have nowhere to live. The wrestling match is not history. It is the morning news. It is the argument in your head. It is the definition of who you are. And as the story winds down, we must ask, is there a winner? Or is the secret of the West that the match must never end? To answer that, we must return to the garden one last time to see the unity hidden in the conflict. We must bring the sky and the earth together for a final rest. We have reached the end of the colonnade. We have walked through the olive groves of the academy, where the light is golden and eternal. And we have paced the dusty floors of the lyceum, where the shadows are sharp and the specimens are labeled. We have watched two men, the wrestler and the reader, pull the Western mind in two opposite directions, stretching the canvas of human thought until it was tight enough to paint the entire world upon. But as the sun sets on our story, we must realize that this tension was never truly a war. It was a partnership. In the final analysis, the upward glance and the downward gaze are not enemies. They are the two eyes of a single face. You cannot have depth perception with only one eye. To see the world in three dimensions, to understand its meaning as well as its mechanics, you need the binocular vision of Plato and Aristotle working together. Consider the ultimate reconciliation hidden within Aristotle's own difficult, technical language. He called it hylomorphism. Hyl means matter. Wood, mud, flesh. Morphe means form. Shape, purpose, soul. Plato tried to separate them. He wanted the form without the matter. Materialists try to separate them. They want the matter without the form. But Aristotle, in his wisdom, stitched them back together. He taught us that the soul is not a ghost trapped in a machine, nor is the body just a pile of meat. The soul is the shape of the body. The meaning is inside the material. This is the great secret of the West. The sacred is not found by leaving the world, but by inhabiting it fully. The golden mean is the balance point where the sky touches the earth. We see this unity in the very ruins of Athens today. If you go there now, you can visit the site of the academy. It is a quiet, overgrown park in a residential neighborhood. People walk their dogs there. Children play soccer on the dirt. It is humble. And if you go to the site of the Lyceum, discovered only recently in 1996 during construction for a modern art museum, you will find low stone walls and the remains of a hippocaust system, sitting quietly beneath the bustling city streets. They are both ruins. The buildings are gone. The libraries are dust. But the ideas are more alive than the stones ever were. Plato's dream of the ideal still drives us to write poems, to fight for justice, and to fall in love. Aristotle's demand for the real still drives us to build hospitals, to map the genome, and to write constitutions. They are the parents of our mind. Plato is the part of us that wakes up at 3 a.m. wondering about death, God, and the infinite. He is our conscience. He tells us that good enough is not good enough. He demands that we be heroes. Aristotle is the part of us that wakes up at 7 a.m., makes coffee, checks the weather, and gets to work. He is our competence. He tells us that we must pay our bills, care for our bodies, and be good citizens. A life lived only as Plato is a hallucination. A life lived only as Aristotle is a spreadsheet. Wisdom is the ability to switch between them, to look up at the stars to set your course, and then look down at your feet to avoid the rocks. There is a beautiful, quiet tradition that says when Aristotle left the academy, he did not leave in anger, but in sorrow, carrying the fire of the master to a new hearth. And there is a corresponding thought that Plato, in his old age, looked at the busy, classifying mind of Aristotle and smiled, knowing that someone had to take care of the details while he was gone. In the end, the School of Athens is not a building. It is a conversation. It is the dialogue that happens inside your own head every time you ask, is this true? Aristotle. And is this right? Plato. The wrestling match is over. The two combatants have not pinned each other. They have embraced. They lean on one another, forming the archway through which we all must pass. The broad shoulders of the idealist support the heavy system of the realist. The reader holds the book, and the wrestler points the way. The friction between them generated the heat that warmed a civilization. And now, as the history books close and the lights in the great library are extinguished one by one, we can see them clearly for the last time. They are walking away from us, down the long corridor of time, shoulder to shoulder. The old man in the simple cloak and the younger man with the rings. They are talking softly, perhaps about the nature of the soul, or perhaps about the anatomy of a shell. Their voices blend together, indistinguishable, fading into the gentle, rhythmic hum of the universe they tried so hard to understand. The sky has come down to the earth. The earth has risen to the sky. The circle is complete. The duality is resolved. There is only the one, shining through the many. The argument is finished. The silence returns. The history is told. The dates, the names, and the arguments have all drifted away like smoke from a snuffed candle. The heavy scrolls are rolled up and placed back on their cedar shelves. The marble statues have softened into the shadows. You have journeyed from the bright, sharp sunlight of the Athenian agora to the cool, quiet depths of the ocean lagoon. You have stood in the caves of Macedonia and the lecture halls of Paris. You have watched the greatest minds of the human race wrestle with the infinite. But now, that struggle is over. It is not your job to solve the riddle of the universe tonight. Let the upward glance relax. You do not need to look for the perfect form of the good right now. You do not need to worry about the future or the ideal or what should be. Let those high, demanding thoughts float away like balloons released into the night sky, drifting higher and higher until they are just tiny specks among the stars. They will be there tomorrow. You do not need to hold the string. Let the downward gaze soften. You do not need to categorize your day. You do not need to analyze your mistakes, or organize your to-do list, or dissect your worries like a specimen on a table. Let the facts and the figures dissolve. The hard edges of the world are blurring, losing their sharpness, melting into a soft, comfortable gray. The logic of the syllogism is replaced by the logic of the dream. Feel the gravity that Aristotle loved, the gentle, constant pull of the earth holding you safe. It anchors you to your bed, heavy and warm. You are matter, and matter is good. You are a living thing, a creature of the sensitive soul, designed to rest. The body knows how to sleep. It does not need a theory. It is the oldest wisdom you possess. The colonnade is empty. The wind is rustling the leaves of the olive trees in the academy, a soft shh sound that has been whispering for 2,000 years. The water of the lagoon laps gently against the shore, a slow, rhythmic pulse. In and out, just like your breath. The fire of the intellect has cooled to a warm, glowing ember in the hearth. The wrestler has laid down his head. The reader has closed his eyes. The library is locked. The garden is quiet. The world is whole. You are part of that wholeness. You are safe in the golden mean, between waking and sleeping, in the perfect center of the night. There are no more questions to answer. There is only the peace of the unmoved mover, the stillness at the center of the turning wheel. Drift now, float on the tide of the Euripus, not fighting the current, but letting it carry you out to the vast starless sea of sleep, sweet dreams,